Discover all the ways the Michigan Economic Development Corporation can help your business thrive.
Apparently, I have the ankles of a 70-year-old person instead of a 45-year-old person.
This is Carrie, and her love for gymnastics and dance was starting to take a toll on her body.
There's a group of us that actually did adult gymnastics. I'm sure that wasn't good for my body either.
So, of course, she sought treatment for those rapidly aging ankles.
I started seeing a new podiatrist. Even those treatments weren't working.
And that's when someone close to her recommended Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine.
It was my therapist that told me about Dr. Wagner. I did not know there was such a thing as stem cells. I started researching. I thought it was super fascinating.
And how has the treatment worked so far?
I used my crutches to leave the office. After that, I never used my crutches again.
Whether it's a shoulder, hip, knee, or old ankles, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
If I won the lottery, I would get stem cells from Dr. Wagner on every joint in my body.
Everyone needs their own spot in the sun. It doesn't have to be big. Sometimes just enough for a chair, a book, and a cup of coffee. You might have a decking issue to solve, or maybe you're looking for a trellis. Whatever your needs, our staff is ready to help you plan your next outdoor living project, free of charge. Stop by your local Dunn Lumber to get started on your next outdoor living project, or contact me personally, Mike Dunn, at dunlumber.com.
Dunn Lumber, building success together.
There's danger out there. It lurks on highways and quiet neighborhood streets. It's more likely to kill you than a shark, and more terrifying than the biggest snake. Distracted driving claims lives every day. Every notification, swipe, social post, video, or selfie while driving risks your life. So while you might think public speaking or the zombie apocalypse is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Thanks for being with us. Once a month in Austin, Texas, something extraordinary happens at a local Korean restaurant. Every person who comes in eats for free. Korea House, a family-owned restaurant run by Pak Cha Kim, affectionately known as Mama Kim, has been serving the Austin community since 1988. Now, on the first Wednesday of every month, they serve more than just food. They serve kindness, hope, and a warm welcome. SunnySkies.com says the inspiration behind this monthly act of generosity stems from Mama Kim's own journey, which includes stepping away from the restaurant for a couple of years and experiencing what she calls profound spiritual healing. A Texas state representative recently honored Korea House for its heartfelt mission, praising Mama Kim as a champion of her community and commending her for setting an inspiring example of compassion and generosity. That'll do it for this hour. For Nicole Murray and Mike Gavin, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
Are you worried about economic conditions, tariffs, and inflation? Are you tired of trying to time the stock market? Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given current market volatility. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years with zero investor losses, averaging double-digit returns since inception, and we also accept IRAs. Over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Feeling uneasy? Don't gamble your hard-earned money or risk your retirement. Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited openings for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
Trump versus Powell.
2.7 is now 3.1.
I'm not aware of that. I haven't heard that from anybody.
Officer ambushed.
It's just a really sad tragedy.
starvation in Gaza.
They are struggling with the lack of food.
Good morning. I'm Steve Kathan with the CBS World News Roundup. For a second day, the Deputy Attorney General will question Jeffrey Epstein co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell. And CBS's Nancy Cordes reports the president, who has fended off questions about the Epstein files, had a tense photo op with the man he has criticized relentlessly, Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell.
A lot of very expensive work. There's no question about it.
President Trump and Fed Chairman Jerome Powell had only been together for a few minutes, touring the Fed's renovation before Trump confronted him over the cost.
It looks like it's about $3.1 billion. It went up a little bit, or a lot. So the 2.7 is now 3.1.
I'm not aware of that.
Powell notably shook his head and challenged the president's numbers.
You just added in a third building is what that is. That's a third building.
Well, no, but it's a building that's being built.
No, it was built 5 years ago.
Trump's real issue with Powell isn't about construction. It's the fact that the Fed hasn't lowered interest rates as fast as Trump wants them to.
You know, his term comes up soon. I think he's going to do the right thing.
As they tussled, a very different scene was unfolding down in Tallahassee, Florida. The president's former personal attorney, Todd Blanche, now a top justice official, was interviewing Ghislaine Maxwell. Maxwell is the former girlfriend of the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. David Marcus is her lawyer.
He took a full day and asked a lot of questions, and Ms. Maxwell answered every single question.
Former Congressman George Santos reports to serve his 87-month sentence for wire fraud and identity theft today. The New York Republican was ousted from Congress in 2023. Now to Ohio, where there's mourning in a Cleveland suburb after the ambush attack on police officers eating lunch. One of them died yesterday. Here's CBS's Lilia Luciano.
Officers Philip Wagner and Peter Gale had just picked up pizza for lunch and were parked side by side along a dead-end road in Lorain, Ohio. According to police, the shooter was lying in wait.
To my understanding, there was one male who had a vehicle parked at the dead end. When the officers arrived, he opened fire.
Officer Wagner was struck multiple times. The 35-year-old later died. Gale was hit in the hand. Another officer, Brent Payne, responded to the shooting and was critically wounded. Investigators say the shooter, Michael Parker, was killed during the exchange of gunfire.
More than 100 million people are facing extreme heat conditions today, from the Midwest to the East. In the Southeast, some thermometers could top 100 degrees. CBS News meteorologist David Parkinson.
We've got record high temperatures being forecast in Baltimore, in Philadelphia, and in New York City as well. Could even see some records on up into New England.
CBS's Rob Marciano reports on dangerous high water in the Southwest.
Flash floods again ravaging New Mexico, southeast of Albuquerque. Early in the day, U.S. Geological Survey showed the river flowing at a height of just over 2 feet. Then it surged to nearly 13 feet in less than 20 minutes.
The U.S. Supreme Court has blocked a lower court ruling in a redistricting dispute in North Dakota that would gut a landmark federal civil rights law for millions. The justices indicated in an unsigned order that they're likely to take up a federal appeals court ruling. This would eliminate the most common path people and civil rights groups have used to sue under a key provision of the 60-year-old Voting Rights Act. Overseas, a French medical charity says a quarter of young children and pregnant and new mothers seen at its clinic in Gaza last week were malnourished. Kirk Pritchard is with the group called Worldwide Concern.
The majority of the cases of malnutrition are children under 5 years of age. Those are the most vulnerable. They're also the most vulnerable to the consequences, increased disease, and the mortality also that goes with that.
France said yesterday it would formally recognize a Palestinian state. 4 minutes after the hour.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
What is dedication?
The thing that drives me every day as a dad is Dariana. We call him Day for short. Every day he's hungry for something, whether it's attention, affection, knowledge. And there's this huge responsibility in making sure that when he's no longer under my wing, that he's a good person. I think the advice I would give is you don't need to know all the answers. The craziest thing was believing that your dad knew everything. So as a dad, you felt like you had to know everything. You had to get everything right. It's okay to make mistakes as long as it's coming from love. then, it kind of starts to work itself out. I want him to be able to sit back one day and go, we worked together, we did a good job.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Lori Vallow Daybell, serving life sentences for the murders of her 2 children and a romantic rival in Idaho, is sentenced today for plotting to kill others in Arizona. Legal analyst Thane Rosenbaum.
This is one of those rare situations when the legal system looks to achieve a moral result, going to the trouble of conducting this sentencing proceeding, knowing that the doomsday mom can't be punished more than she already is in Idaho.
The FCC has approved Paramount's $8 billion merger with Skydance. Paramount is the parent company of CBS News. It comes just weeks after Paramount paid $16 million to settle a lawsuit brought by President Trump. Diplomats from Europe and Iran are meeting today in Turkey about Tehran's nuclear program. Harlan Ullman is a senior advisor of the Atlantic Council.
The European Union is anxious to see if it can do a deal. Obviously, it would like to have access to Iranian oil, and also it would like to see situations in the Gulf region be tempered so that the danger of conflict is reduced.
Fighting between Thailand and Cambodia over disputed border areas is into a second day. At least 15 people are reported dead. President Trump calls Hulk Hogan a great friend. The shirt-ripping pro wrestling star who died yesterday at 71 is being hailed as a pop culture icon. Here's CBS's Vladimir Duthiers.
When Hulk Hogan stepped into the squared circle,
the greatest professional athlete in the world today, look at him.
He became the ringleader of a pro wrestling circus, turning what was once a carnival attraction into a national entertainment juggernaut.
Tonight, the hunter becomes a hunted.
It was called Hulkamania. Hulk Hogan was born Terry Bollea in Augusta, Georgia.
Once I clicked, I was not Terry Bollea. When I went to that ring, I was Hulk Hogan, brother.
President Trump has signed an executive order directing federal authorities to clarify whether college athletes can be considered employees of their schools. The move looks to set national standards in the NCAA's name, image, and likeness era. Kristen Cabot, the HR chief at the tech company Astronomer, has now resigned. She was the woman in the viral video showing her embracing CEO Andy Byron at a Coldplay concert in Massachusetts. Byron resigned earlier. Time on the roundup, 8 past the hour.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
60 years ago, an earthquake in the world of music when a folk legend plugged in an electric guitar.
At the 1965 Newport Folk Festival, Bob Dylan went electric for the first time in public. He played a Fender Stratocaster backed by a full amplified band and knocked out Maggie's Farm, Phantom Engineer, and Dylan going electric was the subject of the 2024 movie A Complete Unknown. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
From New Jersey, the story of a 12-year-old Little Leaguer who was ejected from a state tournament game for flipping his bat after hitting a home run. Marco Rocco was ejected from the game and suspended for the next game, but a judge stepped in yesterday to reinstate him in time to play last night. And that's the World News Roundup, produced by Paul Ferry. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Well, good morning. Happy Friday. It's 5:10. I'm Scott Carty, and let's get this day underway. A Seattle police officer is recovering after he was hit by a car. SPD responded to a welfare check just after 1:30 Thursday near 15th Avenue West and West Newton Street. Callers reported an unresponsive man slumped in a car with the engine running. Here's SPD Detective Eric Munoz.
When the officers arrived to try to contact this individual, he took off. The vehicle was driving southbound and dragged an officer.
Fortunately, the officer's injury is minor, and police are still searching for that suspect. Vice President J.D. Vance launched a sharp critique of Microsoft's use of immigrant labor through the H-1B visa program. This week, he appeared on a panel at the Winning the AI Race Summit in Washington, D.C. Wednesday.
I don't want companies to fire 9,000 American workers and then to go and say, we can't find workers here in America. That's a story.
In a memo to employees Thursday, Chairman and CEO Satya Nadella says the nearly 15,000 recent layoffs at Microsoft have been, quote, weighing heavily on him. Many people are taking the advice to avoid toxic algae in Spanaway Lake, but KIRO 7 TV's Jason Slaw says not everyone is.
But others say they're not worried, still getting in the water, even little kids.
They're crazy. They don't know if they're taking home to their dogs or the kids.
Environmental health specialist Lindsay Tuttle says the algae looks like a kind of pea soup scum and can make people and pets very sick. If ingested, it can cause muscle weakness, vomiting, diarrhea, and nausea.
This is a time where the algae is naturally growing. The sunnier, calmer conditions do promote that. So that is where we see higher concentrations of algae during this time.
Tim Weymouth told us he wasn't taking any chances with his dog.
Her health is more important than mine because I can go home and shower.
It's a big weekend for Seattle's new waterfront. The Seafair Torchlight Parade makes it their new home Saturday night, but today the new Pier 58 Park officially opens with a marine-themed playground and some stunning views. Seattle's going to celebrate the opening today from 4 to 8 p.m. with all sorts of festivities planned. KIRO 7 TV's Nick Allard spoke to Seattle Mayor Bruce Harrell, and I believe we might see a dance-off.
Mr. Mayor, do you have a favorite part?
Absolutely. I'm a dancer. I'm known for my dancing skills. So they've got open space here. We're going to have music, and we're going to show our skills on dancing.
Are we talking like pop and locking, or what are we going here?
We're talking classic two-step, Nick.
Okay, fair enough.
For your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic, northbound 5 construction continues. We're hoping for Friday light throughout the day today, okay? Can we all just team up and do that? It's been a busy week. Bridges are wide open right now. Tacoma to Seattle, 35 minutes, and Everett to Seattle, 31. Your KIRO News Radio forecast, cloudy today. Clouds. Yeah, clouds and a high of 70 today. Sun returns tomorrow afternoon after morning clouds, bringing a high of 73. It'll be 77 and sunny on Sunday, and then it'll be 80 on Monday. Coming up, we have News Nation weekend anchor Anna Koyman. She breaks down why teens are turning to AI for friendship. It's on Seattle's Morning News. I'm Scott Carty, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO Newsradio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
This hour of Seattle's Morning News is brought to you by Closets by Design Seattle.
Ah, summer in the Puget Sound region. Hanging at the beach. A nice coffee on a long walk with the pooch. And so much time sitting in traffic every weekend, literally going nowhere.
We've all felt it. Big construction projects are underway across the region, and I can help you get around the big delays.
Choke Points with Chris Sullivan, presented by Carter Subaru. Get all of Sully's choke points at mynorthwest.com and the KIRO News Radio app.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine, and you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
America's favorite car show is back. It's the Good Guys 37th Griot's Garage Pacific Northwest Nationals presented by Wicked Fabrication. All this weekend at the Washington State Fair Event Center. Over 2,500 of the Northwest's finest hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks. Shop the Fender Midway. A free family fun zone, great live music, Saturday night twilight cruising, and so much more. All this weekend at the Washington State Fair Event Center in Puyallup. Details at good-guys.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Here in the Pacific Northwest, windows can be one of the best investments you can make to add value to your home. At Dunn Lumber, we have designated Milgard window specialists who have been trained by Milgard to best serve your needs. If you need help finding the right windows for your home, come by one of our 4 Dunn Lumber window showrooms. Or reach out to me personally, Mike Dunn at DunnLumber.com.
Dunn Lumber, building success together.
Bringing you Seattle's morning news since 1974. This is KIRO Newsradio.
Well, AI continues to advance at a rapid rate. We're talking about it every day, with the president just yesterday saying he plans to implement an action plan around AI technology. One of the more interesting trends we've seen with artificial intelligence is how people are interacting with it socially. Some new research demonstrates more teens are using AI for friendship. Let's chat with weekend anchor of News Nation Live Weekends, Anna Koyman. Anna, good morning. I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around this one.
Hey, how are you? I know what you mean. I mean, it feels like it's right out of a movie, doesn't it?
Yeah, so where is this research coming from?
Yeah, so there's a new survey by Common Sense Media, and it asked more than 1,000 American teenagers about their AI use. So I'll throw quite a few numbers at you in just a second, but I think it will really help to paint the picture. I mean, artificial intelligence, it came here so quickly, but it is not going anywhere. So the new research is showing bots are kind of the new besties, new best friends in some ways. Artificial intelligence companions, it's not just part of this like teenage tech fad either. AI companions are really reshaping how a whole generation processes emotion, asks for help, and builds trust. But that kind of dependence, especially for kids or teenagers still learning how to properly socialize, it can come at a cost. I think that's why we're talking about it so much today. But it found that, again, 72% have used AI companions like Character.ai, if you've heard of that one, or many of your listeners, I'm sure, have heard of ChatGPT and used that at least once. More than half of the folks that they surveyed said that they used it several times a month. 13% say they use AI companions every single day. So these AI friends every day, with 62% of these daily users saying they call on their AI companion multiple times a day. The teenagers say that they use the chatbots for things like, yes, of course, entertainment, you've heard, but also emotional support and decision-making. So asking their companion, hey, what should I do in this situation? And then they play out the scenario that they are currently dealing with. And then it also helps them to deal with loneliness because AI always listens, it doesn't judge, and it's always there for them. And then I have to say that one of the wildest statistics that I heard, though, was that 1 out of 3 teenagers, 1 out of 3, so a third of them, says they have talked to AI about something personal before, whether that is instead of or beforehand, telling a real friend or a real family member. So a third of teenagers are choosing an AI companion over a real friend or a real family member on personal matters, perhaps because they feel like they won't be judged for it.
All 3 of us in the studio just shook our heads. We're struggling with this one. And obviously there are concerns, particularly I have a teenager. It's terrifying to me. The researchers are pretty worried too.
Right. Well, so companions, these AI companions, they do draw teenagers to, look, at this stage, I mean, I'm sure you can attest to this if you have a teenager at home. This is the time where you don't want to be rejected. You don't want to feel ridiculed. You fear that. You can remember those times in your life. I think the older we get, the more comfortable in our own skin that we get. But during these formative years, they feel like this is a good opportunity and good way for them to do that. But again, what about the proficiencies that we learn during these years about forming these genuine connections with real people? And these are just such formative years. So we did talk to a professor of psychiatry about all of it, and she said that adolescence is a really important time, that they're developing these social skills and their attachment abilities, and AI doesn't present an opportunity for learning either of those things because they're not real, right? So then what happens? We even think about during COVID, a lot of kids lost social skills during those formative years, and this is just sort of adding insult to injury if you look at it from that view. But there are some positives too. I mean, you think about the fact that some people really are lonely. I mean, it's become an epidemic, some would say, in this country, loneliness. And so you've got this AI chatbot that's always there, and you can make them into your own liking very often.
Anna, I appreciate your time. I wish we had more of it. Anna Koyman, the anchor of News Nation Live Weekends. Thank you very much.
KIRO News Time is 5:22. I'm Scott Carty. Good morning and happy Friday. As New Yorkers and many people around the country are facing a heat wave, CBS News senior national weather correspondent Rob Marciano gets us all up to date.
We found folks already cooling off at the public pool in Central Park ahead of today's triple-digit heat index.
In the water as much as possible when we're not out in the water, running that AC.
I know doggy paddle, I know freestyle.
And we don't have to worry about the heat, but we can still get out for a dip in the lake. Today's weather forecast for the KIRO News Radio is cloudy and only 70 degrees. Talk about really comfortable, a real cleanser. Now we get into more sun for the weekend. High of 73 on Saturday, 77 on Sunday. And as we look ahead to Monday, we're going to be facing some heat. We're going to get back up to 80 degrees. All right. Coming up next on KIRO News Radio, Paul Holden has your weekend planner. It's next on KIRO News Radio.
Yikey wawa.
What?
My hot water.
Yeah?
Not so hot.
Water heater trouble?
It's not working.
We can fix that.
This week?
How about today?
Apollo Plumbing really is ready right now.
Especially when it comes to water heater replacement.
Think I need a new one?
Is it more than 10 years old?
It is.
Probably so.
Doesn't heat like it used to.
It runs out?
All the time.
That's a warning sign.
Uh-oh.
So are little leaks.
But Apollo can get me a new one?
Installed today by our clean screen trained and trusted plumbers. They're water heater experts.
But I probably got to pay a rush fee.
No extra charge.
You make this too easy.
We'll even haul off the old one.
A new water heater.
Same day. That's the Apollo Plumbing way.
This is going to get my budget in hot water.
Got you covered there, too.
How?
Our available payment plans.
I don't have to wait?
Or take cold showers.
You are a lifesaver.
Call us this morning. You'll have hot water today.
That's the Apollo Plumbing way.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. benefits. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Norm. Norm, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
Spending too much money on insurance, and it just kept on going up higher and higher and higher. And this last time I did the First Mark Challenge.
So they were able to save you some money, Norm?
Oh, yeah. At least $2,000 a year.
What?
At least.
Wow. You ever feel like, man, I wish I would have taken that First Mark Challenge earlier?
Yes. I mean, $2,000 I could have saved a year, over probably 4 or 5 years. Wow.
How would you describe their customer service?
Fantastic. Beyond expectation. Call First Mark. They treat you like a real person, that they have your best interest in mind.
Norm did it. My family did it. You got to do it. And it's totally free. Go take the First Mark Challenge. See how much money they can save you like they did Norm, and how much better your coverage will get to. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory I get to talk to. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. First Mark Insurance. They work for you.
Every 2 minutes, an American is sexually assaulted. Be the someone who gives their time. Be the someone who lends an ear. Be the someone who takes a step. This is Christina Ricci with RAIN, asking you to join the fight against sexual violence and volunteer in your community. Log on to RAIN.org, that's RAINN.org, to learn how you can be the someone.
This message brought to you by the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network and this station.
Looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get the same breakthrough one-day treatment I received at Advanced Hair during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during their best offer of the year. For details and a free consultation, call 425-449-8185, advancedhair.com.
There are 6 markets you can place your money in. Research suggests it's better to have exposure to all 6 markets. Don't miss a potential opportunity because you didn't strategically diversify your assets. Hi, Jeff here with Madrona Financial and CPAs. Request your no-cost Madrona analysis today and discover what you may be missing in your portfolio. Call 833-673-7373 right now to request your analysis. That's 833-673-7373.
My name is Carlos, and I'm a Cub Scout. I'm here to talk to you today about becoming a scout like me. Cub Scouts get badges for doing fun activities, and we make friends. Scouts go camping, climbing, and fishing, and swimming together. We play sports and go to parades. Scouts also help people and become the best versions of themselves. Visit bascout.org to find a pack near you, get any questions answered, and sign up for Cub Scouts online.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
Roof now, pay later. No payments until 2027. 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Since 1968, we've helped homeowners just like you get beautiful, durable roofs without breaking the bank. Look today and lock in summer pricing before it's too late. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Yeehaw, it's Friday. Happy Friday. It's 5:31. I'm Scott Carty, KIRO News Radio. Charges have been filed for a May 19th shooting where more than 90 rounds were fired at Isaac Evans Park in Auburn. King County Prosecuting Attorney's Office believes it was gang-related. Earlier this week in Everett, 18-year-old Guillermo Sanchez Romero was arrested. He's charged with 2 counts of assault in the first degree with a firearm enhancement, 1 count of drive-by shooting, and 1 count of unlawful possession of a firearm. In 2024, the suspect became prohibited from possessing firearms due to a felony conviction. Sanchez Romero is in jail on $1 million bail. He'll be arraigned August 7th. Seattle Mayor Bruce Harrell announcing a major new affordable housing development that comes with a major investment. KIRO News Radio's James Lynch explains.
If you live or shop near Northgate Mall, you've probably seen the dilapidated Northgate Apartments on the northeast corner of I-5 and Northgate Way. It will be redeveloped into the Northgate Commons, a 200-unit development for low-income families. The city will invest $20 million in the project. Seattle Mayor Bruce Harrell says,
"This is us at our best, realizing that housing and affordability and making sure we have a diverse population in our Seattle of all income levels is who we want to be."
No word on when demolition will begin or when the project will be complete. James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
Well, the Mariners are in Anaheim for the weekend. They beat the Angels last night 4-2. Julio Rodriguez went 2 for 5 with a home run and an RBI. The Mariners are also making big trade news. They made a big move acquiring former All-Star first baseman Josh Naylor from the Arizona Diamondbacks. In return, the M's sent 2 pitching prospects to Arizona. Mariners manager Dan Wilson spoke about the trade after yesterday's game.
It's exciting, and Josh had a huge series against us when we were there. So, it's great to have that, and I think all of us are really excited to get to see him and get to know him and welcome him into the Mariner uniform.
For your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic, northbound 5 construction continues across the Ship Canal Bridge, of course. That'll be going for the next 3+ weeks now. We're hoping for Friday light, and Sully will keep you updated throughout the morning. Bridges are wide open. Tacoma to Seattle, 35 minutes, and Everett to Seattle, 31. Your KIRO News Radio forecast. We have some clouds today. Yeah, cloudy, a high of 70. Very comfortable. Sun's going to return tomorrow. We'll have some morning clouds and burn those off for a high of 73. And then a nice sunny weekend continues. 77 and sunny on Sunday, 80 degrees on Monday. Coming up on KIRO News Radio, we will get into all of your headlines with CBS and the Weekend Planner with Paul. That's now on KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what?
Can you believe we are already at the last weekend of July? There's been so much summer fun happening that the time is just flying by. Seafair continues to ramp up, and one of the hallmark events is this Saturday, the Torchlight Parade. According to the event's website, the parade has returned to its roots with a nighttime start and a new parade route. The new route goes along the Seattle waterfront starting at 7:30. There will be a pre-parade run, and spectators can start lining up starting at 6 p.m. It's free and open to the public. Also along the waterfront, Pier 58 is reopening, and there is a celebration today from 4 to 8. The pier adds around 50,000 square feet of park space with a family-friendly focus, including the new marine-themed playground and the elevated lawn space. The opening celebration is free and open to the public, and you're encouraged to dance, play, and come dressed in marine-themed attire. Plus, local mascots will be in attendance. Learn more on the event's website. The Bellevue Arts Festival weekend is here, and it highlights over 350 artists using over 20 different artistic mediums, including the traditional painting, jewelry, and printmaking, but also newer forms like 3D mixed media. There will also be plenty of food vendors, family-friendly activities, live music, and special programming at the Bellevue Art Museum. More details can be found on the event's website. If you want to see all the great food that Seattle has to offer, then the Seattle Center is where you want to be, as the Bite of Seattle is here, and I bet you can smell the food already. Over 300 food and retail vendors will be taking over the Seattle Center, serving up tasty dishes from around the world, and while you enjoy your food, you can watch 3 days of live music. There will be beer and wine gardens, cider tastings, and they'll have just about anything you can think of when it comes to the world of food. Bite of Seattle is free to attend, but you will be paying for your food. There are a couple of free movies this weekend. The Rocky Horror Picture Show is being shown at Cal Anderson Park tonight as part of the Center City Cinema program. Ratatouille is being shown at the Mural Amphitheater, and for both movies, you're encouraged to bring your own chairs and blankets, and movies will start when the sun goes down. The Northwest Film Forum is also hosting the Children's Film Festival Seattle throughout the weekend. Day passes and weekend passes are available. Over in Renton, enjoy a weekend on the river for Renton River Days. There will be a drone show and a concert, parades, tons of summer fun for you and the family. Plus, there will be the all-ages chalk art competition and the Rubber Ducky Derby on Sunday. Get the full schedule and more details on their website. If you're looking for free fun to do with this family this weekend, that involves getting outside, there will be a beach shore stroll along Olympic Sculpture Park today from 10 to 1, with the lowest tide around 11:52 a.m. Naturalists will be there to answer questions and show you how much is happening along our shores. Also this weekend, it is a bicycle weekend here in Seattle, and that means a portion of Lake Washington Boulevard will be closed to motor vehicles from 10 a.m. Saturday to 6 p.m. Sunday, giving you a perfect route for a weekend ride along the water. How are you enjoying the summer? Remember to plan ahead for traffic and to let me know about the cool stuff going on in your neighborhood by emailing me, paulh@KIRORadio.com. Paul Holden, KIRO News Radio.
Wow, Paul gets a complete list, keeps up on everything for us. A second day of interviews ahead between the Department of Justice and Jeffrey Epstein co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell. CBS News correspondent Jared Hill has more on the first meeting yesterday.
New insight into the first meeting between Jeffrey Epstein co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell and the Deputy Attorney General. David Marcus is her lawyer.
Ms. Maxwell answered every single question. She never stopped. She never invoked a privilege. She never declined to answer.
Today, Deputy AG Todd Blanche is back with a convicted sex trafficker, posting the DOJ will share more of what they learn at the appropriate time.
On Thursday, President Trump called concern over Epstein's connections, quote, another Democrat con job, despite bipartisan interest. It's 5:38. I'm Scott Carty on KIRO News Radio.
You listen to Seattle's morning news every morning. What do Charlie and Manda listen to every afternoon?
I absolutely love listening to John Curley because he makes you think, which I love.
John has a real special talent in being able to talk about the topics we care about, but he's always trying to make it fun. And you're going, oh, this guy actually gets it.
The John Curley Show, weekdays 3 to 7. Watch The John Curley Show live on YouTube or the KIRO Newsradio App.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm, totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back. but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25. New customers only. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Bathfitter just hit a big milestone, 42,000 installations in Western Washington. That's 42,000 bathrooms made safer, cleaner, and more stylish. To celebrate, Bathfitter is offering payments as low as $125 a month. Custom-fit tub and shower solutions are installed in as little as 1 day, while also removing your old setup. Every installation is backed by a lifetime warranty for total peace of mind. Call Bathfitter or visit bathfitternw.com today to schedule a free consultation. The special offer won't last.
He flew fighter jets in 2 wars and taught you how to drive a car. He fed everyone on the block, but never shared his secret recipes. And every time he'd tell a story, he'd own the room. But now more than ever, he may feel alone. Today, older adults and their loved ones are struggling to connect in a time when connection has never been more important. But there is something we can do. Embrace our older loved ones through StoryCorps Connect. With StoryCorps Connect, you can honor seniors remotely with an interview about their life. Every interview will be archived at the Library of Congress, becoming part of American history, so that years from now, future generations can listen in.
All right, Grandpa, what's one piece of advice you have for me?
Just 3 words, sweetheart. Live with courage. The man that had the best stories still has plenty of stories to tell. So connect virtually and share the conversation of a lifetime at StoryCorpsConnect.org/AARP. Connect, honor, share. StoryCorps Connect. A message from AARP, StoryCorps, and the Ad Council.
Hey guys, it's Keith Dashafee from Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington, and we are not done celebrating 100 years of industry leadership. For a limited time, get $100 off every window, $100 off every door, or choose 60 months of 0% financing with no interest and equal payments. That's right, 100 years strong, and we're giving you more ways to save on the Pella difference. Schedule your free consultation today at PellaPNW.com. Thank you again for letting us serve you in the Northwest.
KIRO Newsradio.
Get on the YouTube channel.
We're live all day on YouTube. Every show, every day.
Hang out with us. The whole gang's there.
And you never know what you might see.
Back up the camera. Oh, my God.
Just search KIRO Newsradio, then subscribe.
Hartley Wilcox here from Wilcox Family Farms. It's been fun meeting people at our recent egg demo events. I'm often asked, what do the hens eat? Well, Wilcox hens eat natural grains, seeds, and grass. They forage for worms and bugs, and their diet is free from pesticides and fertilizers. For fresh local eggs, look for Wilcox Eggs at Safeway, Town & Country Markets, or Amazon Fresh. Wilcox Family Farms, locally fresh since 1909.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of their National Red Tag Sales Event, now extended through July 27th. Stop by any of their participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales Event extended to July 27th. Discover the D.R. Horton difference at drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
CBS News Brief. Jeffrey Epstein's associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, will be driven from prison to a federal courthouse in Tallahassee for a second round of questioning by the Justice Department today. Her attorney, David Marcus.
Ms. Maxwell answered every single question. She never stopped. She never invoked a privilege. She never declined to answer. She answered all the questions truthfully, honestly, and to the best of her ability.
House Speaker Mike Johnson's echoing President Trump's latest call for interest rate cuts during his tour of the Fed with Chairman Jerome Powell.
I think that would be a big thing for the economy, and I think he ought to duly consider that. It would save the nation a lot of money, and it would give a lot more people more opportunity.
A smooth jazz master has died. Two-time Grammy winner Chuck Mangione, who climbed the music charts in the 1970s and 80s, was 84 years old. CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
KIRO News Time is 5:44 with a look at your KIRO radio forecast. We have clouds today and a high of 70 degrees. It's going to stay cloudy all day long. And then tomorrow morning we'll have some clouds as well, but they'll burn away. So your Saturday will be sunny with a high of 73, and your Sunday will be sunny with a high of 77. Coming up on Seattle's Morning News, Chris Sullivan with a choke point. Some big changes coming to the Valley Freeway. Chris breaks all of that down for you. I'm Scott Carty. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
10-time MLB All-Star, 10-time Gold Glove Award winner, MLB single-season hit leader, a one-of-a-kind player.
And there it is! He's a new all-time hit king in Major League history, number 258.
Head to T-Mobile Park in August as the Mariners celebrate Ichiro's induction into the National Baseball Hall of Fame. The festivities kick off with a 3-day Ichiro Hall of Fame Funko Pop giveaway, Tuesday, August 5th through Thursday, August 7th. On Friday, August 8th, arrive early to score a 2004 Ichiro jersey like the one he wore when he broke the MLB single-season hit record. Saturday, August 9th, will feature Ichiro's pregame number retirement ceremony, and the first 20,000 fans on Sunday the 10th will take home a replica of his Cooperstown plaque. It's going to be legendary.
On a tremendous throw by Ichiro. He threw something out of Star Wars.
Get your tickets at mariners.com/Ichiro.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here with Shannon O'Kelly, President and CEO of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy, inviting you to come work with IRG. And Shannon, what kind of staff are you looking for at IRG?
Brock, we're looking for all kinds of clinical staff, physical therapists, occupational therapists, athletic trainers, certified occupational therapy technicians, physical therapy assistants, you name it on the clinical side. We are looking for those folks. But we are really looking for folks that want to come to an organization that want to be part of our culture and change the culture and work with us to provide the best care and service we can to our patients, our team, and our community. So those clinical people out there, we're looking for you. We also provide advanced certification. We want to provide you mentorship. We want you to grow personally and professionally here at IRG.
With over 40 clinics throughout the Pacific Northwest, you've got the opportunity to work in the city you want. Just head over to irgpt.com/careers. That's irgpt.com/careers.
Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's Morning News.
Hey, oh, let's go.
Now, Choke Points with Chris Sullivan.
Presented by Carter Subaru.
Sure, let's throw another traffic challenge your way. Time to unlearn 18 years of driving on northbound 167. We are not too far away from a major change in the hot lane and tolling system from Sumner to Renton, and Sully's here to tell us about it.
Yep, it's going to be loads of fun coming up the Valley Freeway. Well, it might be because maybe now...
We need to stop calling these things fun.
Well, it's possible because now all the cheaters will have to get out of that lane or pay, so maybe it might be faster. But we'll get to that in a minute because the cameras have gone up, the signs have gone up, striping's going to happen soon. Life as you know it on the Valley Freeway is changing in a significant way. The high occupancy toll lane, the hot lane from Auburn to Renton, is becoming an express toll lane to match the existing toll lanes on 405 between Bellevue and Linwood, and then eventually from Bellevue down to Renton. The toll division's Lauren McLaughlin says the system is being upgraded to match all the other roads.
We're modernizing the system and replacing equipment that's been in use there for about 18 years, and we're bringing it all up to the same standards we have with all our other toll roads.
But that means significant changes for those who want to use that lane and for how they can use it for free, because up to now, only solo drivers needed to have a pass to pay their way into the hot lane. People who were carpooling 2+, they didn't need a pass. They just would go in there, and people who didn't have the HOV requirement would go in there anyway, honor system. But now you're going to have to declare whether you are HOV and free or not to be tolled.
You'll still be able to carpool toll free. You just have to have a flex pass set to HOV mode to do so, and that'll tell the system, hey, I've got my buddies with me, we're carpooling, don't charge me a toll.
The Flex Pass costs about $15 plus tax. It's the same pass that drivers have been using on 405 since it opened. If you're in a toll lane after this transition without a Flex Pass, you will be charged the toll, whether you have the proper amount of people in the lane to qualify as an HOV. Drivers without that pass will be charged the toll plus $2 for pay by mail. This should eliminate all the rampant cheating on 167 that it has seen since its inception, again, because there's no pass to declare whether you're HOV or not. You only had the pass to say the good guys who were like, okay, I'm a solo, I'm paying for free. Everyone else just blew it off. You can't do that anymore. So you're also going to pay for how long that you're in the lane, because the new signs show segments on the highway. So the signs will have toll amounts for 3 different destinations. But McLaughlin says,
you're still only paying that one toll, but now you're paying for the amount of road you use, and you lock in the rate you see when you enter the lane there.
So say you're getting in the ETL in Puyallup, but you're only going up to Auburn. You would pay whatever it says to get off at Auburn. There'll be another one to say maybe get off at Willis, and maybe one to go all the way to Renton. But you only pay that one toll when you enter. You don't pay all three. I know a lot of people had those questions and have learned how it works now on 405 because we've been doing that for so long. You're also going to have limited options for getting in and out of the express toll lane.
For most of the roadway, you're going to see those double white lines that are legal to cross, and then a certain entry and exit points that have a dashed line there to tell drivers, hey, this is where you get in, this is where you get out.
Now, Lauren spoke a little fast there. It may have sounded like it's legal to cross. It's illegal to cross the double white line.
I have what's the downside of having more areas to enter and exit kind of in between the scanners?
Well, what it does is that it allows people to kind of stay in there for a longer amount of time and be dedicated. Like right now, you can just go in, out to try to pass cars. This kind of keeps you in that lane and prevents, merging that you might have to do. But again, that's only if people follow the rules and don't cross the double white line, which of course happens all the time on 405, and it's incredibly dangerous. I always get questions about motorcycles.
They will actually need to get a motorcycle pass. So there's a special pass for motorcycles that they will need to carpool toll-free in the SR 167 express toll lanes. They're changing names now that it is upgrading system to keep it consistent with 405.
All right. The state hasn't released the exact day that this is going to happen. We know it's happening sometime in the fall. We're going to get a little bit better information on that as we go. There's going to be a big ad campaign, a lot of information. You can find all that past information and other things about this at mynorthwest.com. I got a bunch of links going up there. And so this is going to be a significant change, especially people who have never had to have any pass or think about it because they're always carpooling with somebody or they've got family members in the car or whatever. And it's also going to change from 2+ to 3+ during peak hours of the day, like 405 does as well. So you might need to find another buddy, or you may have to pay. So it's a change.
I'm looking at the text line. John in Lake Tapps is asking, what happens to the Good to Go pass that you had?
I was going to ask the same thing.
Like if you had the sticker pass.
Mm-hmm. This is different than the flex pass.
You have to get rid of that sticker pass and put in a flex pass. But this is all good to go.
Right.
This is all part of good to go. So if you already have a flex pass from 405, this will work on 167. But if you just have a sticker pass, you're going to have to get a flex pass.
And you need one for each car that you drive.
That is correct. And it's but this is all part of good to go. It's not like a new system. This is all good to go. So if you're set up and you have a flex pass, you should be fine. If not, you have to buy one.
If you have the sticker pass, that essentially doesn't work at all, even if you are going through and you intend to pay the toll and you just don't want to have the $2 surcharge.
Correct.
Okay.
You're going to have to update your system and upgrade your good to go account to show that. And again, it's a change. And these are all great questions. I mean, because you guys have never had to deal with this down in the valley. Those of us who drive 405 all the time have been through this. But keep those questions coming. I'll answer them if I don't get to them yet. Just keep hammering with me. And this isn't the last we're going to talk about this. Again, this is a big change, trying to get way ahead of this so we can people can get started and get ready for it.
That's Sully with a choke point. Of course, he will keep you updated on traffic throughout the morning. We're hoping for Friday light, but with these I-5 northbound closures, you just never know. I'm Scott Carty. It's 5:53 at KIRO News Radio, and a big weekend ahead for Seattle's new waterfront. The Seafair Torchlight Parade makes it their new home Saturday night, and it's going to be a great evening for it with sunshine and probably a great sunset. But today, the new Pier 58 Park officially opens with a marine-themed playground and stunning views. There's going to be a big celebration from 4 to 8 p.m. with all sorts of festivities planned. And KIRO 7 TV's Nick Allard spoke to Seattle Mayor Bruce Harrell, so we believe there might be a dance-off, too.
Mr. Mayor, do you have a favorite part?
Absolutely. I'm a dancer. I'm known for my dancing skills.
I've heard.
So they've got open space here. We're going to have music, and we're going to show our skills on dancing.
Are we talking like pop and locking, or what are we going here?
We're talking classic two-step, Nick.
Okay, fair enough.
I'll be honest. I'm not sure I need to see that. I'm not sure. KIRO News Time is 5:54. Your KIRO News Radio forecast. Clouds with a high of 70 today. The sun's going to return tomorrow for that Torchlight Parade. There'll be some morning clouds, but it'll turn into a high of 73, 77 and sunny on Sunday, and 80 degrees on Monday. Right now, it's 58. Coming up on Seattle's Morning News, Luke Ducey with the news of a very incredible speeding incident on I-90. And also, we're going to keep you up to date with traffic from Sully, Seattle's Morning News, with Manda Factor next, and Charlie Harger in Cooperstown, New York. I'm Scott Carty. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
The first place you turn to for breaking news.
Protest outside City Hall.
KIRO News Radio.
James Lynch begins our team coverage live at City Hall.
Now, we are told by SPD that 4 people have been arrested for assault. For more on the counter-protesters, we go to Scott Carty.
See a group of another 10 officers come down the steps.
Closures now extended from Washington closer to the stadiums.
KIRO News Radio on 97.3 FM, and download the KIRO News Radio app to listen anytime.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
Some kids never smile. They're embarrassed by their crooked teeth. They want braces like the other kids, but their families can't afford them. Some may even try to straighten their teeth themselves. That can make everything worse. Luckily, there's Donated Orthodontic Services, a program from the American Association of Orthodontists. It helps provide orthodontic treatment to kids and teens whose families can't afford it. For kids who apply, are approved, and are matched with a volunteer orthodontist, it can be life-changing. Their treatment is in the hands of an expert, a licensed local orthodontic specialist who improves their smiles by correctly aligning teeth and jaws. Some kids think they'll never smile again, but Donated Orthodontic Services may help them smile with confidence. To link to the application and eligibility requirements, visit aaoinfo.org.
Yikey wawa.
What?
My hot water.
Yeah?
Not so hot.
Water heater trouble?
It's not working.
We can fix that.
This week?
How about today?
Apollo Plumbing really is ready right now.
Especially when it comes to water heater replacement.
Think I need a new one?
Is it more than 10 years old?
It is.
Probably so.
Doesn't heat like it used to.
It runs out?
All the time.
That's a warning sign.
Uh-oh.
So are little leaks.
But Apollo can get me a new one?
Installed today by our clean screen trained and trusted plumbers. They're water heater experts.
But I probably got to pay a rush fee.
No extra charge.
You make this too easy.
We'll even haul off the old one.
A new water heater.
Same day. That's the Apollo Plumbing way.
This is going to get my budget in hot water.
Got you covered there too.
How?
Our available payment plans.
I don't have to wait?
Or take cold showers.
You are a lifesaver.
Call us this morning. You'll have hot water today.
That's the Apollo Plumbing way.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
Hey guys, it's Keith Dashafi from Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington, and we are not done celebrating 100 years of industry leadership. For a limited time, get $100 off every window, $100 off every door, or choose 60 months of 0% financing with no interest and equal payments. That's right, 100 years strong, and we're giving you more ways to save on the Pella difference. Schedule your free consultation today at PellaPNW.com. Thank you again for letting us serve you in the Northwest.
This week, four-time Grammy winner and jazz legend Stanley Clarke returns to Jazz Alley, July 24th through 27th. 6 shows of pure bass brilliance, electric, acoustic, and unforgettable. Tickets at jazzalley.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM, and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. A heat wave that's been baking the South and Midwest is steaming its way into the Northeast today. CBS News' Rob Marciano has details from one of the hot spots, suburban New York's Westchester County.
St. Louis, Paducah, down through Jackson, Mississippi, Little Rock, northern parts of Louisiana, and then all down the I-95 corridor, Baltimore, D.C., Philly, all the way to the western parts of the New York metro area. Extreme heat warnings today for dangerous levels of humidity and feels like temperatures up and over 110 degrees in some spots.
Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell is about to begin a second straight day of questioning by the U.S. Deputy Attorney General near her prison in Tallahassee, Florida, as both Democrats and Trump supporters continue demands to release files in the Epstein case. Correspondent Scott McFarland says there's a big question.
You had this day-long meeting. The Fifth Amendment was not invoked. What kind of readout will the Department of Justice give, and can they trust Maxwell, who has been accused in the past of fabricating stories, including to the feds?
President Trump is about to leave Washington for Europe. CBS's Willie James Inman is at the White House.
This is the president's first major trip to the UK during his second term. Mr. Trump is expected to travel to the United Kingdom again in September for an unprecedented second state visit where he will meet with King Charles.
This week, he'll visit 2 of his golf clubs in Scotland. Israeli officials are reacting to French President Macron's announcement today. France will formally recognize a Palestinian state. This man is in Tel Aviv.
That is a real slap in the face to Israel and the victims of October 7th.
Secretary of State Rubio calls it reckless, says it only serves Hamas propaganda. Once France follows through, a total of at least 142 nations will recognize Palestinian statehood. Tennessee is appealing a judge's orders to deactivate a death row inmate's defibrillator before he's executed.
Convicted killer Byron Black is scheduled to die by lethal injection on August 5th. His attorneys fear his implanted defibrillator will shock him continuously during the execution as it tries to restore his normal heart rhythm. The state argues that won't happen, and even if it did, Black wouldn't feel the shocks. It's also worried his 7-mile trip from the prison to Nashville General Hospital would be a security risk with protesters lining the route. The Tennessee Supreme Court is fast-tracking the state's appeal. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
George Santos reports to prison today to serve his sentence on the wire fraud and identity theft charges that got him booted from Congress. Last night, he said goodbye to supporters on social media, promising, "I may be leaving the stage for now, but trust me, legends truly don't exit." This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
6:03 on your Friday morning. Let's get you on the road early. Chris Sullivan is at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Center.
Got a little drizzle out there this morning.
I know,
so just keep that in mind, that just a little bit to make it noticeable. Keeping our eye on day 5 of our morning commute of hell, coming down from the north end. So far, it's not too bad. 35 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. We do have a crash to tell you about, working your way down to Tacoma. It's on southbound I-5, just south of 18. The 2 right lanes are blocked. Looks like a car's off in the ditch there. We've got a 20-minute trip now from Federal Way to Tacoma. That's about 10 minutes longer than it should be. Going the other direction, 35 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle. Valley Freeway, not bad at all. 35 minutes to make that drive from Puyallup to Renton, and Renton to Bellevue is only 15. Olympia to Tacoma is nice and easy at 35 minutes, and we're waiting for the new diverging diamond to open up at I-90 and SR-18. That was supposed to open at 5. But they're a little late cleaning up all the stuff they've had during that 8-day closure. But it shouldn't be too much longer till we get our state's second diverging diamond up and running, which I know you guys are all really super pumped about. I'll explain later. This report brought to you by Wilcox Family Farms Eggs. Fresh food comes from local farms. Check the packaging for healthier eggs with 3 times the omega-3s. Choose Wilcox Omega-3 eggs, locally fresh since 1909.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue,
Seattle's Morning News.
Good morning. It's 6:04. Well, that project on 18 might be wrapping up, but there are a whole lot of other things going on that's going to make getting around a challenge this weekend. We have the Revive I-5 project. There are dozens of other road projects taking place across the region right now, and we are feeling it. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is live with us in the studio.
Yeah, it is a double construction whammy for so many people. That's right, Sully. I said the word whammy. I said it.
Like it.
Yeah, thank you. Across Seattle right now, for instance, there are safety projects, bike lane, transit, and paving projects. And Nate Connors is going to dive into a lot of that for us in just a minute. But there's also a huge project right here in our front yard on East Lake Avenue. They're replacing all the sewer pipes, have been for a long time now, and then they're going to repave, and then they're going to create a rapid transit line. Kate Wilkinson, who manages the F45 gym just down the street from us, tells me it has not been great.
I guess the biggest thing I've noticed is just people in our community finding parking.
And then when you throw in the Ship Canal Bridge construction project,
I've had one person this past week be deterred from joining because of the commute times, which has never been an issue.
Yeah, that's not good. Alex Hudson with Commute Seattle tells me, though, they have set up a hotline for folks.
Their driving commutes are taking longer than they used to be, and that people are having to adjust either the time that they leave or the way that they go or even the mode that they use.
You know, the thing is, though, the Ship Canal Bridge, which carries almost 250,000 people each and every day, is in desperate needs of repairs right now, and you can't repair that in the winter.
It's necessary. We have a narrow window to do it, and the cost of not doing this maintenance is a catastrophic level of disruption that would take years for us to build back from.
So 5 days into the project, though, we're seeing the effect on businesses already. That's what they're telling us. You know, look, I hate traffic. I hate it. A lot of you listening hate it. I'm not going to tell you, pack your patience.
Thank you.
That. But I try to keep telling myself, even though it doesn't seem like it, this cannot last forever.
No, it won't. It'll be over eventually. But we do have the Bite of Seattle kicking off at Seattle Center today, the Torchlight Parade tomorrow, Pier 58 reopening. There's just a lot going on. We continue our coverage with KIRO News Radio's Nate Connors, who looks at the impact of these events and other weekend closures.
If you drove through Seattle at all this past week, you're familiar with the unorthodox backups caused by Revive I-5. This project has 2 northbound lanes blocked on the Ship Canal Bridge through August 15th. During this closure, the express lanes are northbound only 24/7. Not only does this add congestion for northbound drivers, but southbound drivers are suffering without access to those express lanes. We saw huge backups on surface streets and other arterials as drivers, including myself, searched for new routes off the freeway. Even those lake bridges are dealing with added volume heading into Seattle. On top of adding more time to get here, be sure your tank is full, use the bathroom before you hit the road, and if you have kids, bring some entertainment and plenty of snacks. In Ballard, the intersection of Leary Way and 15th Avenue Northwest closes beneath the Leary Way Bridge for concrete work. That gets underway tonight at 10 p.m. through 5 a.m. Monday. In Kent, southbound 167 will close between State Route 516 and South 277th Street starting tonight at midnight through 4 a.m. Monday while crews replace bridge joints and resurface the Green River Bridge. In Auburn, eastbound 18 will close between C Street and Auburn Way South starting tonight at 9 through 5 a.m. Monday for pavement work. And in Pierce County, northbound I-5 approaching DuPont will have closures for 2 nights at the Silicon DuPont Road from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. overnight Friday and Saturday for crews to remove temporary structures that were used to build the new overpass. Nate Connors, KIRO News Radio.
Keeping you informed since 1974. This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
You made it to Friday. It's the 25th of July. Good morning. It's 6:08. Now I'm terrified of going anywhere this weekend. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to fly out of town and go away for the weekend.
That's perfect. That's perfect.
Oh, boy. It's crazy busy.
Yeah, it hasn't been a good week, and we've got 3 more weeks of this.
You think you can. You think you can. All right, Soli will be watching the roads for us every 10 minutes on the 3s. Producer David Burbank is here. Scott Carty filling in for Katrina. And Nick Kreisha is at the control room board. This hour of Seattle's Morning News is sponsored by American Crawl Space and Pest Control. And coming up, News Nation correspondent Ashley Fields will join us to explain the Justice Department's interview with Ghislaine Maxwell, longtime accomplice of Jeffrey Epstein. Also, we'll check in with a special correspondent in Cooperstown, New York, where Ichiro Suzuki will be inducted into the Hall of Fame this weekend. It's 6:09. Troopers say a driver hit 130 miles an hour on I-90 early this morning and then crashed. State Patrol says they spotted him speeding westbound on the I-90 bridge. They didn't chase him, but they found him minutes later on the ramp to Rainier Avenue. His car had gone over a barrier, landed on the ramp. Somehow he walked away with just serious injuries. He was arrested for eluding, reckless driving, and reckless endangerment. And a crash in Seattle's Interbay neighborhood we told you about this week has now claimed 2 lives. Police say a motorcyclist hit a woman Tuesday night as she crossed 15th Avenue West near West Newton Street. She had just stepped off a bus. The 32-year-old rider was critically hurt and died at the scene. Medics rushed the woman to Harborview, and State Patrol now confirms she died. A fire broke out yesterday at Quilceda Creek Casino in Tulalip. Started about 1:30 in the afternoon in a server room on the second floor. According to the Marysville Fire District, the sprinkler system kicked in right away and kept the flames from spreading. No one was hurt, no word on the cause. In Snohomish County, South County Fire has had to deal with multiple brush fires in the past couple of days.
Many of them along I-5. The latest happening yesterday at noon near Everett. Since it's so dry, they're asking folks to skip out on fire hazards. Don't toss your cigarettes, and no recreational fires.
That's KIRO 7 TV's Eric Thomas. Vice President J.D. Vance is calling out Microsoft over its use of immigrant labor. During a panel this week at the Winning the AI Race Summit in Washington, D.C., Vance claimed the company prioritized overseas hires through the H-1B visa program while laying off thousands of American workers.
You see some big tech companies where they'll lay off 9,000 workers and then they'll apply for a bunch of overseas visas. And I sort of wonder, that doesn't totally make sense.
We have reached out to Microsoft for comment. Well, the Mariners made their first big trade of the season yesterday, acquiring former All-Star first baseman Josh Naylor from the Arizona Diamondbacks. In return, the Mariners sent Arizona 2 pitching prospects, left-hander Brandon Garcia and right-hander Ashton Izzy. Mariners manager Dan Wilson spoke about the trade after yesterday's game.
It's exciting, and Josh had a huge series against us when we were there, so it's great to have that, and I think all of us are really excited to get to see him and get to know him and welcome him into the Mariner uniform.
Naylor shores up first base for the Mariners, a position that's been in flux all season since the team traded away Ty France last season. No word yet as to whether Josh Naylor will join the team on their road trip in Anaheim this weekend. Mariners taking on the Angels through the weekend. They won yesterday, by the way, 4-2. And then on Sunday, Mariners legend Ichiro Suzuki will be inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown. In Ichiro's 12 seasons with the Mariners, he racked up 2,542 hits, including a historic year in 2004 when he broke the record for most hits in a single season.
And Ichiro given a standing ovation as he steps up, dead even with George Sisler. And a ground ball back up the middle, and there it is! He's a new all-time hit king in Major League history, number 258. My, oh my!
Dave Niehaus on the call. Major League Baseball will honor Ichiro Sunday. The Mariners will honor Ichiro with a jersey retirement ceremony for number 51 August 9th at T-Mobile Park. And we have a special correspondent this morning in Cooperstown. We'll hear from him just after 6:45. It's now 6:12, and that's time to take a look at the weather. It is brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. And we check in with KIRO 7 TV's Nick Allard. What is that strange stuff falling from the sky, Nick?
We got us Drizzle Storm 2025. We will recover. We will rebuild. But it is cloudy out there now, and it's drizzly for sure. There's no way around it, and I fully expect it to stay that way for the first half of the day, at least cloudy. And I think, patchy areas of drizzle, sprinkles here and there that you won't see on the radar, so remember that. It's just going to be a cloudy morning. Now, I think in the afternoon, we should see some sun breaks increasing. That's the best I got for you today. So it's going to go cloudy, turning mostly cloudy later today. So that's all I have. I don't think you're going to see widespread sunshine. The drizzle will end, but you're just going to see cloudy conditions turning mostly cloudy and then highs getting to about 70 or so. Now, tomorrow is a little bit of a different story in that we will absolutely see more widespread low clouds again, maybe have some patchy drizzle or mist, but in the afternoon we'll turn at least partly cloudy to mostly sunny. And I think for the torchlight, I had to add a few more clouds, but it still looks at least partly cloudy and pretty darn nice. About 72, 73 for a high. And parade time would be upper 60s, low 70s, which ain't bad. And then after that, we're going to see morning clouds, afternoon sun on Sunday, easily getting back up into the upper 70s, which is really nice, and at least the low 80s to start next week. So I just know you're going to see clouds this morning. You are absolutely going to see more sunshine each day this weekend, but it is a little bit misty out there now. And don't let the radar app fool you, because if you look at it, you might be like, oh, we're dry. You're not. You're just below the scan of the radar, so you have that mist.
It's kind of nice, I think. Freshen things up a
so
little
too.
bit.
Yeah.
All right, cloudy, misty, and 57 in Seattle right now. And we check in with Sully. He's at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Yeah, I wanted to clue in our friends down in the Bonnie Lake, Sumner area that, and I forgot to mention this 10 minutes ago, but SR 410 is blocked. Closed in both directions right now, basically from the grocery outlet in Bonnie Lake to Winco, just kind of around the hill down towards the bottom of the hill. We've got a crash, not sure how bad, but it's obviously bad enough that they've closed both directions of the highway, and some people have been stuck there behind this, not really moving, or they're not really getting them out of there. So I'm watching that one really closely, and so just if you're heading out of Bonnie Lake, you're going to have to find an alternate to maybe take you up past Lake Tapps and around if that's where you're going. Once you get to 167, it's a quiet drive, 35 minutes there. Rented to Bellevue, not bad at all, only 15 minutes on that drive. However, if you're going southbound on 405, we've got a crash right at the VMAC at 44th. Right lane is blocked there. Still working with this crash on southbound I-5 right at basically just south of Highway 18 at the county line going down into Tacoma. 2 right lanes blocked, about a 10-minute delay there. And keeping a very close eye on the backup that is now starting to grow right at Northgate on southbound 5. You need about 45 minutes from Everett to Seattle, only 35 from Everett into Bellevue. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. You can always listen to your favorite local sports content on the FM dial, 97.3 HD2.
It's 6:16 and time to check in with KIRO Newsradio Scott Carty in for Katrina.
All right, I'm gonna reach out and I'm gonna hit the hot button. We're gonna talk about allowances, kids.
Uh-oh.
All right, inflation's affecting us adults, and a new study from savings.com reveals that 50% of parents are financially assisting their grown children. Sully, you ready for this? You ready for this?
The only thing I'm not doing is charging him rent. I'm not giving him money.
They're helping their grown children at an average of $1,474 per month.
Really? Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
Yeah.
Time for a side gig, kids.
I'm hearing a groan from David over there who has a baby. I mean, that's going to be like $9,000 by the time that little one's all ready to go.
Yeah, we'll see about that. All right, get a job as soon as she can.
And because the inflation is going up, that means what kids are spending their money on is increasing too. So their little Starbucks snack trip that used to be $3.
Don't get me started.
6 or 7 a pop every single day.
Yeah.
USA Today reporting that 29% of parents have increased the allowances, 65% have not, and I like these people. The 6% have decreased the allowances for their kids.
Nice.
Average weekly allowance for kids age 5 to 17. You just chew on this for a while. $37.19 per week.
A week? Goodness.
I'm just having trouble today.
All right. Thank you, Scott.
That's the allowance update.
All right.
KIRO News Radio.
It's 6:18.
Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime.
Seattle's Morning News, wherever you are.
Well, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche will continue his interview with Jeffrey Epstein accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell today as the Justice Department seeks the release of grand jury transcripts from the case against the late financier and convicted sex offender. Joining us now to break down the latest with the Epstein mystery is News Nation correspondent Ashley Fields. Good morning, Ashley. What do we know about that first interview that happened yesterday with Ghislaine Maxwell?
So the first meeting happened yesterday in a Florida courthouse, and it lasted for about 5 hours. We are told after Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche gave his first report from the meeting, he said that the DOJ would share additional information about what they learned at the appropriate time. Maxwell is currently serving a 20-year prison sentence and trying to appeal her case with the Supreme Court. The DOJ has contested her appeal, and we're waiting to discover more information about what she knows or what she can reveal about Jeffrey Epstein's partners in his criminal actions.
Is there any clear indication that the DOJ will be able to get something else out of her?
I think so. Her brother, Ian, spoke out to the New York Post yesterday saying that there's a lot of new evidence that she's willing to share. We also know that she never testified in 2021 during her own defense trial, so there's a lot left unsaid.
Is there any precedent for this kind of interview?
Well, stuff like this happens all the time. As you know, criminal accomplices typically come forward, but this is much more prominent and much more prevalent because we know that President Trump is involved in those files. We know former President Bill Clinton is also, known to be an associate or past associate of Jeffrey Epstein. So the list of names that she might have or has access to is definitely more far-reaching than any other cases we might have seen in the past.
Speaking of the president, has he said anything about this interview with Maxwell?
Well, he hasn't, quite spoken out frankly on the issue yet, but he did tell Attorney General Pam Bondi that she should release any and all credible information that comes forward related to Epstein. We know that the FBI and DOJ said that there was no quote-unquote client list to produce or bring forth, but they are searching for this because Republicans in Congress, Democrats in Congress, and people, quite frankly, across the country are interested to know who was involved in these crimes.
We'll be watching for your updates, Ashley. Thanks this morning. News Nation correspondent Ashley Fields. It's now 6:20. I mentioned there's a lot going on this weekend. Big weekend on the waterfront. The Seafair Torchlight Parade makes it their new home on Saturday. But today, the new Pier 58 Park officially opens with a marine-themed playground and stunning views. Seattle will celebrate the opening today from 4 to 8 with all kinds of festivities. KIRO 7 TV's Nick Allard spoke to Seattle Mayor Bruce Harrell, and I believe we might see a dance-off.
Mr. Mayor, do you have a favorite part?
Absolutely. I'm a dancer. I'm known for my dancing skills.
I've heard.
So they've got open space here. We're going to have music, and we're going to show our skills on dancing.
Are we talking like pop and locking, or what are we going here?
We're talking classic two-step, Nick.
Okay, fair enough.
Well, that'll be fun to watch. Updating a story we brought you earlier this week, we're now hearing from the Seattle woman who is suing the Navy, claiming the Blue Angels air show demonstrations caused the death of her elderly cat. The fighter jet noise allegedly triggered severe panic attacks in her pet Layla, who suffered from heart disease. Lauren Lombardi tells the Jake and Spike show Layla did not have problems with fireworks or any other planes.
She wasn't like a scaredy cat. She was very a well-adjusted cat because I would take her around a lot of places. So she only reacted that way to the Blue Angels.
The lawsuit claims the Navy violated her First Amendment rights by blocking her Instagram account after she voiced frustration with the Blue Angels. The Navy's not responded publicly, citing pending litigation. A black bear may have wandered into Ballard this week. Someone spotted what looked like a black bear just northeast of Golden Gardens Park Tuesday. It's according to the State Department of Fish and Wildlife. The last confirmed sighting in the area was way back in 2009. This latest report came from a private neighborhood Facebook group. The local site My Ballard was the first to share the story. Wildlife officials are keeping an eye out just in case. And one more sports-related note for you. Winner take all in San Bernardino, California this afternoon as the softball All-Stars from Mill Creek take on Oregon for a spot in the Little League World Series. Wouldn't that be cool? The team from Mill Creek is undefeated in the regional tournament, already beat the Oregon team from Hermiston. You can watch the regional final on ESPN at 2:15 this afternoon. It's coming up on 6:23, and Sully is at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. I'm guessing you'll be watching?
Yeah. Well, if I am back from checking out the new Diverging Diamond.
If you can get from there
Well,
to here.
exactly.
This might be my favorite time of the year, just back to the baseball, because the Little League World Series used to be my absolute favorite thing to watch as a kid. Yeah. Never was ever in any running to be in it. I was terrible in Little League baseball. But oh gosh, it's so good. I'll take as much baseball as I can get.
Yeah, and this is the softball still, but it's just as fun, and then we love it when the local kids
Talented
do great,
kids.
and they're having a blast. So that's great. And of course, Mill Creek Little League is our little league. That's where Tommy played, and I coached for so many years. But
Very cool.
Speaking of that diverging diamond up there, they still haven't finished up the work and cleanup work, so it hasn't quite opened yet, but it should be any time soon. Just got an update from the State Patrol on what's going on 410 between Bonnie Lake and Sumner. All lanes are closed. What happened was a truck driver lost control, hit the Jersey barrier, and that Jersey barrier popped up in front of a motorcyclist, and the motorcyclist hit it. So pretty significant injuries we're hearing, but it's going to be a long-term closure for all the people that are stuck there. They are in the process of now trying to turn people around and get them out of there. I know some people have been there for more than an hour.
Sounds like it'll be there for a while,
Yeah,
too.
so that's not going to be an option. If you need to go north, you're going to have to go up around Lake Tapps. Staying in that general area, at least in Pierce County, we still are working with a crash on southbound I-5. Right around the county line, southbound, just south of 18. 2 right lanes are blocked. Got a car over in the ditch. A couple of big tow trucks there, so plan on about a 10-minute delay getting down to Tacoma. Going the other direction, Federal Way to Seattle's not too bad. Only 35 minutes there. Valley Freeway 35. Renton to Bellevue's 20. That's because there's some looky-loo slowdown approaching 44th. That's because there's a crash there in the southbound direction. And weird, I'm getting to the closures out of the north end last. It's not terrible yet, but it's getting there. We're backed up from about 130th now on southbound I-5 down to Northgate, so you're going to need about 45 minutes from Everett to Seattle. 405 is a much better option right now. Not too much slowing in Canyon Park, only 35 minutes on the drive there. This report brought to you by the KIRO Radio Rundown. Text newsletter to 888-973-5476. Subscribe to the daily KIRO News Radio Rundown. Get the latest news and updates from your favorite KIRO News Radio shows right to your inbox.
Different look to the day. We're seeing some misty in spots. High of 70 eventually. Not much in the way of sunshine. Tomorrow we'll see clouds in the morning, sunshine for the afternoon, and 73, 77 on Sunday. Right now it's cloudy and 57 in Seattle. And coming up in just a moment, KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey has a reaction to the beginning of what Sully calls the month of hell on I-5, what business owners are saying about it, and your opening bell report here on Seattle's Morning News.
He's one of the greatest.
The pitch to Ichiro.
And Sunday,
There it is, number 200, a bullet.
Ichiro takes his rightful place in baseball's Hall of Fame.
Number 258, a major league record for Ichiro.
Congratulations, Ichiro, from a grateful city and KIRO News Radio on 97.3 FM.
Ichiro, you are unbelievable.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Take your business to the next level in 2025 with help from WaFd Bank. WaFd Bank's business accounts and cash flow tools get you paid in hours, not weeks, so you can grow your business and meet your goals. You need a best bank. Visit WaFdBank.com to learn more. Member FDIC.
With Clear Choice Dental Implants, one day can make the difference between hiding your smile and saying cheese. Thanks to our dental implant experts, our one-day teeth transformation culminates in your Clear Choice Day, the day when you start loving your smile again. Visit clearchoice.com or call 888-SMILE-05 to schedule your free consultation today. And let us help Seattle start smiling again.
Majority qualify for same-day dental implants after doctor recommendation. Offices owned by Dr. Alfonso Pinheiro.
If you're traveling through the SCA airport this summer, use the new Security Checkpoint 1 at the south end of baggage claim. Just one of the many upgrade SCA projects taking your airport from now to wow. Stay up to date on all airport projects by following @FlySEA.
Spike O'Neill here. Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens gave me back the perfect vision I had up until a few years ago. Now, never need glasses again. Never develop cataracts. Been about 6 months since my RLE surgery. My vision is better than it's ever been in my life. Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens, privately owned, no corporate shareholders or boardrooms. Dr. Sharp built his business on the principle of always strive to overaccomplish, never overprice. Call 425-451-2020 or go online to sharp-vision.com. That's sharp with an e-vision.com. Official eye care providers of Sounders FC.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy.
What's your name?
You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
Ooma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of their National Red Tag Sales event, now extended through July 27th. Stop by any of their participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales event extended to July 27th. Discover the D.R. Horton difference at drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
Carter Subaru wants to buy your car. Carter Subaru will buy your vehicle for top dollar, even if you're not in the market for a new one. And when you are ready to buy a new vehicle, your drive begins with savings at Carter Subaru. Carter Subaru in Shoreline and Ballard.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue,
Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It is 6:31. A driver is under arrest after tearing through Seattle, driving more than 130 miles an hour before crashing. We get the details live from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Yeah, this is crazy. He was driving a BMW early this morning. I would tell you what kind of BMW, but the car is so mangled, I can't tell from the photos. State Trooper Rick Johnson tells me they saw this driver heading west across the I-90 floating bridge doing about 130 miles per hour, a little bit more than that, they said. They didn't chase him, but his car jumped a barrier and landed on the ramp to Rainier Avenue.
This one, it kind of resolved itself by taking a ramp too fast because a lot of times people aren't trained to drive a vehicle like they're on a racetrack, obviously. Things happen a lot faster. Curves get a lot tighter, but we're just thankful that no one was seriously injured in this one.
Yeah, and they're thankful that it didn't happen later on in the morning when there'd be more drivers on I-90. It happened really early this morning. The driver is in custody on suspicion of eluding, reckless driving, and reckless endangerment. So endangerment means that there may have been another person inside that vehicle. We're trying to confirm those details now with state troopers. But check out the photos of this car, folks, on My Northwest. I'm going to put them on my social media channel as well, at Luke KIRO on X. That car is pretty mangled.
It's astonishing that he wasn't seriously hurt.
No, dead. How do you survive that? Unreal.
Thank you. Seattle police officers recovering after being hit by a car. Seattle police responded to a welfare check just after 1:30 yesterday near 15th Avenue West and West Newton Street. Callers reported an unresponsive man slumped in a car with the engine running. Here's SPD Detective Eric Munoz.
When the officers arrived to try to contact this individual, he took off. The vehicle was driving southbound and dragged an officer.
The officer's injury is minor. Police are still searching for that suspect. And we've told you there's a heck of a lot going on this weekend. We don't want you to be surprised when you hit the roads. We get a wrap-up of what's going to be closed from KIRO 7 TV's Madeline Ottley.
This weekend, not only are lanes still reduced on northbound I-5 through Seattle on the Ship Canal Bridge, you've also got closures in Kent. Southbound SR 167 will close between SR 516 Willis Street and South 277th Street, Friday 11:59 p.m. to Monday 4 a.m. In Auburn, eastbound SR 18 closes between C Street Southwest and Auburn Way South, Friday 9 p.m. to Monday 5 a.m. And in Pierce County, northbound I-5 approaching DuPont will close at Stillicum DuPont Road overnight Friday night and again overnight Saturday night.
That's a lot to keep track of. At 6:33, let's find out what's happening right now on the roads. Lots to talk about here this morning, too, Chris Sullivan.
Yeah, definitely a bunch of different crashes to deal with.
I have to mention you're at the Beacon Plumbing traffic
sorry
desk.
about that. I cut you off.
Now take it away.
Yeah, well, okay, getting even more information now on what's happening on 410 between Bonnie Lake and Sumner. 410 is closed in both directions and will be so for a pretty long time. They are in the process of turning people around who are stuck behind this. What happened was a truck was going down the hill, hit the barrier popped out in the other lanes of travel, and a motorcycle hit it. Serious but not life-threatening injuries for the motorcyclist, which is really good. And now the kicker. The driver of that truck is under arrest under suspicion of vehicular assault, perhaps impaired.
Gosh darn it.
And this crash happened at about 4:30 in the morning. So that's what's happening there, long-term crash investigation. We've got about a 2-mile backup now on southbound I-5 from Highway 18 down to the county line. 2 right lanes are blocked, southbound 5. It looks like a semi went off into the ditch onto the right-hand side. So there were a couple of Class C tow trucks with their booms out trying to do whatever they're doing it just out of view. So big distraction, also causing some northbound slowing as well. So a lot going on. We also have a crash on southbound 405 right at the VMAC. Right lane is blocked there. A little bit of a delay. Going the other direction, Renton to Bellevue is 20 minutes. Valley Freeway itself is 35. Federal Way to Seattle is only 35 as well. And the backup down towards the closed express lanes on southbound I-5, not bad. Only to about 145th today, so about 45 minutes from Everett to Seattle. Only 35 on 520, only 35 on 405, so that's a much better job. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic, I'm Chris Sullivan.
Whew. All right. Our forecast now. It's going to be cloudy for today. We're seeing some drizzle in spots, which is odd for a change. 70 the high today. Tomorrow will start off cloudy, but some sunshine by afternoon in time for the parade. 73 tomorrow, 77 on Sunday. And first part of next week, we'll be back into the 80s. Right now it's cloudy and 57 in Seattle. And at 6:35, our opening bell report. In a rare visit yesterday, President Trump surveyed a renovation project at the Federal Reserve headquarters and met with Fed Chair Jerome Powell. Trump had previously said cost overruns of the project could be grounds for firing, but seemed to soften his position yesterday. CBS's Natalie Brand has more from the White House.
When asked if he sees mismanagement of funds at the Fed, something that the Office of Budget and Management has alluded to, Trump says he sees a very luxurious situation happening, just saying it's expensive construction. But he also seemed to back away from any previous threats of firing Powell.
The president has been critical of Powell recently and has repeatedly called on him to lower interest rates. President Trump has signed an executive order attempting to create new rules for name, image, and likeness use in college sports.
The order bans, quote, third-party pay-for-play payments to collegiate athletes while still allowing them to strike brand endorsement deals. It also requires schools to maintain or increase scholarships they provide to non-revenue sports. It's not clear how the order would be enforced, as it tells administration officials to develop a plan for that. The president also directed the National Labor Relations Board to clarify the status of college athletes, as some wish to be considered university employees and form labor unions. Michael Toscano, CBS News, Washington.
Vice President J.D. Vance is calling out Microsoft over its use of immigrant labor. During a panel this week at the Winning the AI Race Summit in Washington, D.C., Vance claimed the company prioritized overseas hires through the H-1B visa program while laying off thousands of American workers.
You see some big tech companies where they'll lay off 9,000 workers, and then they'll apply for a bunch of overseas visas. And I sort of wonder, that doesn't totally make sense.
In a memo to employees yesterday, Chairman CEO Satya Nadella revealed that nearly 15,000 recent layoffs are, quote, weighing heavily on his mind. It's a scam that won't die. Federal regulators say criminals are pretending to be Amazon again, only this time they're sending texts claiming there's a problem with something you bought and offering refunds.
The Amazon refund scammers used to contact people on the phone.
in order for us to go ahead and send you the
Time check.
cancellation forms,
59
I need to get you
past the
connected
hour.
to a secure Amazon server. That is why my agent wanted to know whether you have a computer or a phone, okay?
Now they're sending links in unexpected text messages that say a routine quality inspection of an item you recently bought doesn't meet the company's standards, so you're due a full refund. The text says you can get the refund by clicking the embedded link. Click the link and the scammers will get access to your online bank accounts and will steal your money. Christopher Cruz, CBS News, Washington.
A new low-income housing development is coming to the Northgate neighborhood. Mayor Bruce Harrell announced the development yesterday. The 200-unit complex will replace the dilapidated Northgate apartments at the corner of I-5 and Northgate Way. Mayor Harrell says the area offers everything needed for new families to thrive.
We're within walking distance of a light rail station, the North Seattle College, a public library, a community center, a retail space that provides shopping and employment opportunities.
The city will pitch in $20 million for that project. And Samsung's releasing a new dual tablet that turns into a smartphone. CBS News technology contributor Ian Scher has a preview.
Even if the future will be that we have folding devices and things that can kind of smush up into our pockets really easy, we're not there yet. It's still a premium device, and the technology is still not durable enough for most people to use in their daily lives.
Trading's underway for the day on Wall Street, and the Dow is up about 97 points at 44,790. S&P 500 is up 9, and the Nasdaq is lower, only about 15 points. A word for KIRO 7 News live starting at 4. It's news that puts you there so you can see for yourself. News that's happening now so you're ready. News that investigates, gets you answers. News that's local because where you live matters. Know more, know now on KIRO 7 News at 4, 5, and 6 p.m. 6:39 now, Sully. What you got for us?
Well, we got a couple of different major crashes going on. One is closed 410 in Bonnie Lake. Another one southbound I-5 getting into Tacoma. We'll take a look at all of them coming up next.
The opening bell is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Common Sense Lending.
The Jake and Spike Show.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
Seattle is the nation's most male-skewed major city. There's more men in Seattle. They say in the article here, they said the most masculine city, but I absolutely disagree with that.
Have you seen the men in this town?
Exactly.
Please. It's not like it's 80-20.
No,
that's when it's hard to meet a lady.
That's true.
When there's 4 guys for every girl. That's when it's here come the bride's time.
The Jake and Spike Show.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
On KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM.
Here in the Pacific Northwest, windows can be one of the best investments you can make to add value to your home. At Dunn Lumber, we have designated Milgard window specialists who have been trained by Milgard to best serve your needs. If you need help finding the right windows for your home, come by one of our 4 Dunn Lumber window showrooms. Or reach out to me personally, Mike Dunn at DunnLumber.com.
Dunn Lumber, building success together.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years at gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25. New customers only. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
It's 6:43 and time to get back to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk. Chris Sullivan is here. And Friday light is but a pipe dream.
Yeah, it's weird on a day when we were expecting the biggest story to continue to be the I-5 stuff. Yeah. We've had a couple other things that are more important. Like, for instance, if you're trying to get between Bonnie Lake and Sumner, you can't. 410 is closed in both directions and will be for a lengthy vehicular assault investigation. It's basically closed from the grocery outlet to Winco. People are being diverted around. That's going to be with us for a while. We're also having a long-term recovery effort on southbound I-5 right around the county line, south of Highway 18. 2-mile backup there. The two right lanes are blocked. Look, they're trying to pull up what looks to be a semi up from down in the ditch there. That must have missed the corner and went down the hill. But either way, they're working on that right now. Plan on at least an extra 10 minutes getting from Federal Way down into the Fife area. Going the other direction, that drive on I-5 northbound is not bad. In fact, we're running under 40 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle. Southbound 405 is a lot heavier than you might expect, trying to get from Bellevue down into Renton. The right lane is blocked right there at the VMAC, right there at 44th. A little bit of slowing going northbound from Renton to Bellevue, but a 25-minute trip is not bad. Now to the month of hell, and we are backed up bumper to bumper from about 145th, now almost 175th, getting down to Northgate where the express lanes are closed. 50 minutes from Everett into Seattle. 405 is a much better option. It bunches up away from Linwood, but the west of the way through Canyon Park is not bad. It's only running about 40 minutes. The lake bridges are quiet. This report brought to you by D.R. Horton. The National Red Tag Sales event's been extended through July 27th. Visit a D.R. Horton community today. drhorton.com, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
Scott and I are both chuckling. I can't believe how month of hell has become part of our lexicon, and you say it so casually now.
When I start a trend, I stick with it.
Good
You
job.
stick with it. Sully, all I have to say is there is a big frothy IPA in your immediate future.
Well, yeah, hopefully after the Highway SR18 I-90 Diverging Diamond opens today.
It's going to be, well, you might get wet in some spots, a little bit drizzly in spots today. That's not going to help the commute either. Otherwise, mostly cloudy and 70. Tomorrow, we'll start to see some sunshine again by afternoon in time for the parade tomorrow. 73 tomorrow and then 77 on Sunday. Right now, cloudy, drizzly, and 57 in the city. And it's 6:45. Katrina is off. We check in with KIRO Newsradio's Scott Carty.
We're just lucky that we don't have to add Tesla robo-taxis to the mix here in Seattle. Can you imagine if we had those during this traffic going on? You know, all of a sudden it's just going 25 miles per hour on the dot. It would just wreak havoc. Apparently, Tesla is about to launch their robo-taxis in San Francisco as soon as today. Business Insider received a memo that says some of the Tesla owners down there have received invites to use the new service. Of course, Tesla went viral recently. Last month, they were doing their testing in Austin, Texas, and videos came out of the Teslas just unexpectedly braking and being on the wrong side of the road and speeding. So buckle up, all right? Tesla hopes to also launch in Nevada, Arizona, and Florida soon, and luckily, Seattle's not on that list yet.
Did you see the video of it at the school zone?
Yeah.
Like one after one child being hit.
Oh, goodness.
The child's walking out in front of it and just...
Yeah, crazy.
Oh, my goodness.
Crazy.
I'll pass for now.
And me too.
It's 6:46.
Summer is fast approaching, and it's a great time to get ready for the busy season with help from WaFd Bank. They offer services like Collect Early, which opens your cash flow for the things you need, like hiring summer staff or expanding your product line. Collect Early helps you get your invoices paid in hours, not weeks. What could your business do with more money? Take things to the next level with WaFd Bank and find bankers with the knowledge and services to meet your business goals. WaFd Bank, built for business. WaFdBank.com, member FDIC.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit revivemenshealth.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Want to see the Seahawks take on the Raiders at the preseason home opener August 7th? KIRO Newsradio is giving away 4 tickets. Just listen to Seattle's morning news all week from 6 to 9 for the daily code word. Then open the KIRO Radio News app, tap the Win tab, and enter. You can enter once a day from July 23rd through 28th to boost your chances. Full details at mynorthwest.com/win. We'll see you at the game.
Seattle's morning news on KIRO News Radio.
Well, you've probably noticed in the last few days, if you listen to Seattle's morning news, Charlie Harger has not been here. The reason? He's in Cooperstown, New York for a youth baseball tournament. Producer David is with us now in Cooperstown this weekend. It just so happens Mariners legend Ichiro Suzuki will be inducted into the Hall of Fame. Hey, Charlie, what are you doing in Cooperstown?
Well, I am technically in Cooperstown for the big youth baseball tournament, and that is about to get underway. There are like 100 teams from around the country, all 12-year-olds and 13-year-olds who are playing here. So that's super exciting. The kid, Sam, he is here. He is having a blast. He's really excited to play in this tournament. But we also have Cooperstown, the Hall of Fame, which is just a couple miles down the road. And, Manda, the town is filled with Mariners fans. So many people excited to see Ichiro finally make it into the Hall of Fame. That's coming up on Sunday. And a lot of stuff is going on around town. You're seeing all sorts of Hall of Famers. I just saw Wade Boggs signing autographs yesterday.
What?
He was charging for them. I would imagine Mariners players would not charge for
No,
those
he
autographs.
wasn't. Really?
He was sitting at a table on a sidewalk, basically, and people were walking up, and he was charging people to sign balls and posters and stuff like that.
That's a hoot.
So it is really, really baseball central out here. You've never been?
No. Was this just a coincidence that the Ichiro weekend was while you were there for a tournament?
It is purely a coincidence. There are like 12 weeks a year they do this tournament, and it just so happened this is Hall of Fame weekend. So not only do we have the crowds and crowds of families, there are like 100 teams here in town, but you add on top of that all the people coming out for the Hall of Fame activities, which is the big thing in Cooperstown.
Charlie, I'm curious about Sam's awareness, your son Sam's awareness of Ichiro. Sam obviously has been loving to play baseball. I'm sure he's a huge Mariners fan currently. I was born in 96, not to date myself. And so my entire kind of fandom of the Mariners was centered around Ichiro. Loved him as a kid. His number was my first jersey ever. So I'm kind of wondering, what does Sam know about Ichiro? Has he watched old highlights? What is his kind of thoughts about this? How jazzed is he to be there?
He is really excited. This is the first Mariners Hall of Famer he has any memory of, because Ichiro retired, what was that, like 5-6 years ago, something like that. And so Sam is old enough at age 12 to kind of have those fuzzy memories watching Ichiro in the twilight of his career, of course, but also, this legend. And over the years, you've got YouTube. Right. Sam being a big baseball fan, he has watched the highlights over the years. And we've gone to different Mariners events where Ichiro has been there. And so he's seen him up close. So super excited about that. And going into the Hall of Fame, I mean, you see all these boys in their baseball uniforms for this tournament. They're walking into the Hall of Fame and they see all the exhibits. And if you've never been inside, they have the monuments on the first floor of the museum. It's the last place you visit before you leave. And up there you see the Griffey, you see the Martinez, you see Randy Johnson. They say it says Mariners on the plaque, so we'll take it. And over on one of the plaques, it's just an empty spot that Ichiro has already signed his autograph on.
That's cool.
So that's where his plaque will be mounted. It's just truly remarkable. And not only are the adults enjoying it, but the kids are just going crazy.
Charlie, I hope you and Sam and the whole Harger fam have a delightful time. I can't believe you're there for Ichiro weekend. How lucky.
Let's go Mariners.
It's 6:53. Let's check the roads. Definitely not Friday lights. Sully is at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
Yeah, now we've got about a 4.5-mile backup on southbound I-5 approaching the closed express lanes in Northgate. The backup begins about 175th, and we're looking at 50 minutes now from Everett to Seattle. And the further north you are, the more likely you're going to see some drizzle. As I go north on my cameras, there's more and more on the cameras the further north I go. So coming out of Snohomish County is not going to be pretty today. Everett to Bellevue is not a bad option. 405 is not too bad. It's about 42 minutes to make the drive from Everett to Bellevue, so seeing that as an option. Southbound 405 is really struggling away from Factoria down through the north end of Renton. That's because the right lane is blocked right there at the VMAC at 44th. We've got about a 25-minute trip from Bellevue to Renton. That's a 15-minute delay. Going the other direction, we do have 25 minutes there as well. Have a big backup and a 15-minute delay on southbound I-5 from Highway 18 down across the county line. It's because the two right lanes remain blocked there right as you get south of 18, south of Wild Waves, as they fish out a semi that's down the hill. And the big one that down in the south area is we're looking at the closure of 410 between Bonnie Lake and Sumner. Long-term crash there that involves some serious injuries, so that's going to be closed for a while. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. Download the Seattle Sports app and stay in the know with the latest news, scores, and opinions about your favorite teams.
Mostly cloudy and drizzly today, a high of 70. Hey, the Seattle Seahawks preseason home opener is August 7th. We want to send you and 3 friends to watch the Hawks take on the Las Vegas Raiders in person. What you need to do is open the KIRO Newsradio app, click the Win tab, and enter the code word BLITZ. If you don't have the app, text app to 888-973-5476.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hi, it's John Curley. Longevity Medical Clinic has been helping people live longer, healthier lives for more than 25 years. I've recently talked with Dr. Mixon about his approach to proactively focusing on prevention. Dr. Mixon, I first met you in 2009, and I went in there and I told you I wasn't feeling well, couldn't gain any muscle mass, couldn't sleep well, I was stressed out, and you looked at me and you said, yeah, I know what your problem is.
And all we did was we measured your values and we moved your values back to those of a nice, healthy 25-year-old man.
I have taken your blood work to my doctor, and he was shocked. he couldn't believe the depth in which you study my blood.
We need to draw a distinction between living a long time and getting old. And that's what longevity is all about, is we are here to do the measurements and help you fix those problems.
So get your free health analysis. Go to longevitymedicalclinic.com. That's longevitymedicalclinic.com.
Summer is in full swing, and T-Mobile Park is the hottest spot in Seattle.
Randy Arozarena, his fourth home run in the last 3 games, and he is high-stepping all the way to third.
Don't miss out on special events like the next Mariners Fireworks Night on Friday, August 1st, presented by T-Mobile. Cal Raleigh and the crew are taking on the division rival Rangers at 7:10, and after the final out, we'll be lighting up the sky with an epic post-game show. Fireworks and Mariners baseball. That's 2 spectacular shows in one unforgettable night.
Holy smokes, what a firecracker! Upper deck number 34 for the big number.
Go to Mariners.com to lock in your seats and check out what's on deck at the ballpark, including Aloha Shirt Day, Saturday, August 2nd. Plus, be here for more can't-miss post-game events. The Mariners Drone Show is August 22nd, presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. And the final fireworks night of the season is September 12th. Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
Cold is leaking and rats are moving and mold is creeping and water seeping in. It's hard to be a homeowner, we know.
Without American Crawl Space and Pest Services, it is hard to be a homeowner. Dave Ross here. American Crawl are the heroes to call for insulation and pest issues because in addition to their great reviews and decades of experience, they also give out the most PSE insulation rebates of any insulation company in the state.
American Crawl, the heroes you call.
Get your free inspection at AmericanCrawl.com.
Hey guys, it's Keith Dashafi from Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington, and we are not done celebrating 100 years of industry leadership. For a limited time, get $100 off every window, $100 off every door, or choose 60 months of 0% financing with no interest and equal payments. That's right, 100 years strong, and we're giving you more ways to save on the Pella difference. Schedule your free consultation today at PellaPNW.com. Thank you again for letting us serve you in the Northwest.
At Carter Subaru, your drive begins with savings. With over 300 new vehicles in stock, shop your way, in-store or from home. Plus, when you buy from Carter, you support our community. Visit Carter Subaru in Shoreline and Ballard today.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. President Trump has just spoken to reporters as he left the White House for a 4-day trip to Scotland. He faced questions about the Jeffrey Epstein files.
You ought to be speaking about Bill Clinton, who went to the island 28 times. I never went to the island.
And about a new report on a birthday book that includes a note from Mr. Trump.
I don't even know what they're talking about. Now, somebody could have written a letter and used my name, but that's happened a lot. All you have to do is take a look at the dossier, the fake dossier. Everything's fake with that administration.
Ghislaine Maxwell's attorney has arrived at a courthouse in Tallahassee where a top Justice Department lawyer will question Epstein's accomplice for a second straight day. Her lawyer, David Marcus.
We just ask that folks look at what she has to say with an open mind, and that's what Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche has promised us, and everything she says can be corroborated, and she's telling the truth. She's got no reason to lie at this point, and she's going to keep telling the truth.
Shots rang out at the University of New Mexico in Albuquerque this morning. The college says one person was killed, another wounded. Our affiliate, KRQE-TV.
UNM police say it happened at the Casa del Rio apartment complex around 3 this morning. At this time, police say the suspect is at large and may still be on campus. A shelter-in-place order is in effect, and they're asking people to avoid the central campus area.
A suffocating heat wave is spreading out to the east. Meteorologist Rob Marciano is in New York.
Heat warnings now up for much of New Jersey and down across parts of the Carolinas. And I tell you what, the Mid-South and the Deep South, you're going to be in it for some time to come. Unfortunately, with this will come the threat for seeing some severe weather. So heat indices up and over 100 degrees. That's dangerously hot in D.C., in Philly and Baltimore, all the way up through Boston and as far north as Hartford, Connecticut.
Hartford high today, 92. Lori Vallow Daybell's already serving life for killing her 2 children. Today, she returns to court for sentencing in the death of her 4th husband. Legal analyst Thane Rosenbaum.
She only has 1 life to serve a life sentence.
but yet she is likely to be sentenced today to a life sentence in Arizona, too.
Tesla may be launching its robo-taxis in San Francisco today. CBS's Michael Wallace.
An internal memo obtained by Business Insider says the timeline has been moved up and some Tesla owners will receive invites to use the new service. Tesla conducted a controlled test run of the cars in Austin, Texas last month, but viral video showed some of the taxis speeding, driving on the wrong side of the road, and braking for no reason.
Whoa. All right. So we just slammed on the brake.
Dow's up 12, S&P ahead 5. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's 7:03 and a busy Friday morning on the roads, so we get back to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk. Here's Sully.
Certainly not Friday light. We've got a laundry list of crashes to deal with. I'm going to start with the biggest impact, and that's for the closure of SR 410 between Bonnie Lake and Sumner. Long-term investigation. Truck hit a Jersey barrier going down the hill. A motorcyclist coming the other direction then hit that Jersey barrier. Serious but not life-threatening injuries, but a long-term investigation. Detours are in place. The other one, southbound I-5, south of 18, about 2 miles down from the 18 interchange. We've got the two right lanes blocked. A couple of big Class C tow trucks there are fishing down into the ditch. My word is we have some sort of truck or semi down there that they're trying to get out of the way, but that's going to be with us for a while as well. Also have a crash on southbound 405 right as you get to 44th in Newcastle or North Renton. The backup begins at high 90. We've got about a 30-minute trip from Bellevue to Renton. That's 20 minutes slower than normal. Going the other direction at a pretty normal 25 minutes. Valley Freeway quiet 35. Federal Way to Seattle's about 40. And now to the Revive I-5 month of hell. We've got a backup from 175th down through Northgate and now to about 85th. 55 minutes Everett to Seattle, 45 Everett to Bellevue. This traffic report is brought to you by ProSculpt, the one-day permanent fat loss skin tightening solution for men and women. Offered by New Skin Med Spa in Bellevue. Book your free consultation, prosculpt.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue,
Seattle's morning news.
It's 7:04. Good morning. Well, in addition to the big Revive I-5 project on the Ship Canal Bridge, there are dozens of other road projects taking place across the region right now, and we are all feeling it. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here with more.
Yeah, for a lot of us. And Sully, what is it? Is it the month from hell or month of hell?
Month of hell.
Month of hell.
Of hell, not from. We are actually living.
We're in it. We're in it.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes more sense. So it's not only that, the month of hell, and the accidents he talked about, and the bridge construction, but it's also the safety projects, the bike lane projects, the transit projects, the paving projects, and there's also a huge project in our front yard right now on East Lake Avenue. They're replacing all the sewer pipes that have been for a long time. They'll be repaving as well, and then creating a rapid transit line. You know, it's hurting businesses. Lee runs the Compe Bistro just down the street. She says the construction crews are great. They're super nice. It's not them. It's the work that's hurting her business.
Business slow down because there's no parking. It's so polluted from the noise.
It is noisy. It shakes the whole building here sometimes. Kate Wilkinson, who manages the F45 gym also down the street, tells me the same thing.
I've had one person this past week be deterred from joining because of the commute times, which has never been an issue.
You know, Alex Hudson with Commute Seattle tells me they have set up a hotline now for folks to get information, but also to vent as well. There are 6 different ways to get across the water here in Seattle, she says.
And when we close the largest one to do necessary maintenance and repair, we're going to feel the impacts of that across our system.
Yeah, but the thing is, the Ship Canal Bridge has not been resurfaced since 1989, and you can't do that in the winter months.
It's necessary. We have a narrow window to do it, and the cost of not doing this maintenance is a catastrophic level of disruption that would take years for us to build back from.
So we've got to do it. What do? I say just pack some patience. No, I'm just kidding.
Don't say that,
I'm just
please.
kidding. I also hate it when reporters say that. I hate it.
And you just said it.
I know. It was a joke. How about this? Just don't road rage. Don't do that.
There you
Look,
go.
let the person over. Just wave. Just do it because it's Friday. People don't wave anymore. Just do it.
All right. Thank you, Luke.
You got it.
There was a wild ride on I-90 that ended with a crash and an arrest. State Patrol says a driver was going more than 130 miles an hour this morning. Troopers saw him heading west on the floating bridge. They didn't chase him, but they caught up with him soon after. His car jumped a barrier and landed on the ramp to Rainier Avenue.
He, amazingly, was not seriously hurt, but he was arrested for reckless driving and trying to get away. 2 people are now dead after the crash we told you about late Tuesday in Seattle's Inner Bay neighborhood. A motorcyclist was headed north on 15th Avenue West when he hit a woman crossing the street. She had just stepped off the bus, according to witnesses. The rider died at the scene. She was taken to Harborview in serious condition, but now the State Patrol confirms she did not survive.
News matters. Experience counts. You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Charlie has this Friday off. He is in Cooperstown, New York at the Baseball Hall of Fame. It's Friday. It's July 25th. Sully is here dancing with me. We need your help every 10 minutes on the threes because it's a crazy Friday morning.
But the Diverging Diamond just opened.
Oh, they did.
They just opened just a couple of minutes ago. I-90 and Highway 18. Yeah, we were second Diverging Diamond. Good news, baby.
I knew you'd find something positive.
Look over here. Nothing over here. Look over here.
All right, thank you. Producer David Burbank is here in the studio. Scott Carty filling in for Katrina, and Nick Krasia is at the control room board this morning. Rick Riz Show coming up. Voice of the Mariners will join us to break down the team's big trade yesterday and his memories of soon-to-be Hall of Famer Ichiro Suzuki. Plus, a special song for Ichiro, courtesy of our friend Dave Ross. G. Scott's going to stop by, too. He has a question for all of us about Ichiro. It's now 7:08. Seattle police are investigating a stabbing in the University Heights neighborhood. This happened just after 12:30 this morning on Roosevelt Way Northeast near 50th Street. Officers found a 65-year-old man with multiple stab wounds. He was hurt in the neck, shoulder, and legs. Medics took him to Harborview. He's stable now. Police say he was too intoxicated to explain what happened. No suspect has been found. Charges have been filed for a May 19th shooting where more than 90 rounds were fired at Isaac Evans Park in Auburn. King County Prosecuting Attorney's Office believes it was gang-related. Early this week, 18-year-old Guillermo Sanchez Romero was arrested. He's charged with 2 counts of assault in the first degree with a firearm enhancement, 1 count of drive-by shooting, and 1 count of unlawful possession of a firearm. In 2024, the suspect became prohibited from possessing firearms due to a felony conviction. Sanchez Romero's in jail on $1 million bail, arraignment set for August 7th. Seattle Mayor Bruce Harrell announcing a major new affordable housing development that comes with a major investment. KIRO Newsradio's James Lynch explains.
If you live or shop near Northgate Mall, you've probably seen the dilapidated Northgate Apartments on the northeast corner of I-5 and Northgate Way. It will be redeveloped into the Northgate Commons, a 200-unit development for low-income families. The city will invest $20 million in the project. Seattle Mayor Bruce Harrell says,
"This is us at our best, realizing that housing and affordability and making sure we have a diverse population in our Seattle of all income levels is who we want to be."
No word on when demolition will begin or when the project will be complete. James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
It's 7:10. Many people are taking the advice to avoid toxic algae in Spanaway Lake, but KIRO 7 TV's Jason Sloss says not everyone is.
But others say they're not worried, still getting in the water, even little kids.
They're crazy. They don't know if they're taking home to their dogs or the kids.
Environmental health specialist Lindsay Tuttle says the algae looks like a kind of pea soup scum and can make people and pets very sick. If ingested, it can cause muscle weakness, vomiting, diarrhea, and nausea.
This is a time where the algae is naturally growing. The sunnier, calmer conditions do promote that. So that is where we see higher concentrations of algae during this time.
Tim Weymouth told us he wasn't taking any chances with his dog.
Her health is more important than mine because I can go home and shower.
A heads up for next week near Joint Base Lewis McChord. Starting Monday evening through Thursday night, JBLM will engage in demolitions and mortar training. So the day and nighttime training will be very loud. We're now hearing from Lauren Lombardi. Speaking of loud, she's the Seattle woman who blames the Blue Angels jet noise for the decline and eventual euthanasia of her cat Layla. She's suing the Navy. She tells the Jake and Spike show she'll pursue this as long as it takes.
They will never be able to wait me out. I am a very spiteful, vengeful person.
Lombardi says in 2023 and 24, the Blue Angels planes caused distress for her cat that no other noise ever triggered. The suit also claims her free speech rights were violated after her Instagram account was blocked by the Blue Angels Instagram page. The Navy has declined to comment, citing pending litigation. And Sound Transit is rolling out the welcome mat for your dog. The agency's board just approved a plan to let leashed dogs ride trains and buses. That includes Link Light Rail, Sounder trains, and ST Express buses. Dogs will ride free once the new rules are written. The move follows King County Metro, which has allowed dogs on buses for years. It also comes after the new Marymore Village station opened this spring. That stop is just a half mile from Marymore Park's off-leash area. It's now 7:12, and that is time for a check on the weather. It's brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. We check in with KIRO 7 TV's Nick Allard. What is this drizzly stuff, Nick?
It's drizzle and drizzle and drizzle and more drizzle, and it's going to be around for the first part of the day. Cloudy skies, and if you look at the radar app on your phone, it will not show you any rain. It's all very low-level stuff, so it's going to be around with cloudy conditions from now through at least noon, and then by lunchtime, I think a lot of that drizzle will wrap up, but we'll still see a lot of clouds, then eventually seeing late-day sun breaks, turning mostly cloudy. Highs that will be in the upper 60s and lower 70s. We see the same plan tomorrow, but we should clear out earlier and a little easier too, but still mostly cloudy at noon, if not just cloudy. And then I'd say upper 60s and lower 70s, about 72, 73 tomorrow, and we should be partly cloudy for the torchlight. I mean, it looks really nice, just not, clear, but at least partly, if not mostly sunny. Sunday, morning clouds, afternoon sun up to 77, and then we have 80s to start next week. That holds for a few days, and then by Thursday, after being in the 80s, we fall into the 70s, and we could even see a few passing showers. But for now, I don't have the quote-unquote rain out there, just got widespread drizzle, mist, and just kind of, I don't know, what's a good word for it? Just
stuff.
Drizzly, dreary, stuffy words and things, stuff happening. .org.
All right, Nick, thank you. Have a great weekend.
AOL.com? I don't know.
It's 7:13. That's time to get to the Beacon Plumbing traffic test. Take it away, Sully.
And we are not as bad as you might have expected if you've lived through the last 4 days trying to get out of Snohomish County. 405 is taking a lot of diversion, but I-5 is not terrible. It's about a 20-minute delay.
We'll take not terrible.
Over a Friday light, but 50 minutes right now from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. It's manageable. And certainly much better than where we were. The backup today doesn't really start until south of 175th. So that's positive. At this time, the last 4 mornings, we were up to Mount Lake Terrace. Still, you might want to consider an alternate or do something different, but 405 definitely getting into the act now. Southbound 405 continues to struggle with a 20-minute delay as well out of Bellevue. Brake lights from I-90 all the way down to the VMAC, the Seahawks practice facility at 44th. Right lane remains blocked there. Looks like we've got a conked-out semi that is causing the issue. So that's 30 minutes from Bellevue down to Renton. Renton to Bellevue is about a 30-minute drive, but just kind of the average stuff for you guys. Behind that, the Valley Freeway looks really good, under 40 minutes. Southbound I-5 continues to see a 20-minute delay as well from Highway 18 down across the county line. DOT did confirm to me that a semi went down through the embankment and is down at the bottom of the hill there, and they're trying to fish it out of there with some big tow trucks. So that's why the 2 right lanes are blocked. You need about 30 minutes to get from Federal Way down to Tacoma, and we're still working with the full closure of 410 between Bonnie Lake and Sumner. Long-term crash investigation underway. KIRO Newsradio real-time traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
It's 7:15. Katrina is off today, so we check in with KIRO Newsradio's Scott Carty.
Well, Amanda, I have an inspiring story out of Kerrville, Texas.
Excellent.
It's been a while since that terrible tragedy happened there, and the stories that are coming out of that, of new hope, are pretty interesting to me. And there's a carpenter working to salvage the cypress trees that were destroyed and moved in there. He's trying to salvage them so that they can create new heirlooms in honor of people that were lost. And the carpenter is actually David Carpenter.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He owns a wood mill. He showed up on July 4th with a 4-foot-long chainsaw, and the crews started putting him to work to start clearing things so that rescuers could get through and they could find. And he said, these trees are just thrown away. They're destined for the burn pile, but if you cut into them, you see so much beauty. And now he's working to take that and creating those heirlooms that will be treasures into the future, reminding people of the meaning of life.
They're going to be cleaning up from the floods for a long time.
Quite a long time.
Thank you. It's 7:16.
Fly ball deep to left field, and this one is goodbye baseball, and the Mariners win it.
The Rick Riz Show.
And a swing and a miss, came back with a splitter for strike 3.
The legendary Mariners broadcaster joins Seattle's Morning News every Friday to talk about the biggest stories with the Mariners.
It is grand salami time. A walk-off grand slam.
Rick, Rick Riz, it says here on my sheet that it is our favorite time of the week when we get to say hello to you.
That was mostly me. That was my own editorial.
Good morning. Big weekend for Mariners fans. Not only is the team in Anaheim, the Mariners made a big trade yesterday. On top of it all, there's a little party happening in Cooperstown on Sunday where Ichiro will be inducted into the Hall of Fame. Let's start just briefly with yesterday's game. Why was that win important?
Well, first of all, Amanda, good morning. And David, good morning. I woke up today and I wasn't dreaming. Jerry DiPoto and Justin Hollander pulled off a huge trade yesterday with the Arizona Diamondbacks acquiring Josh Naylor. But what a big win for the ball club last night. You want to get off to a good start on this road trip anytime you're playing teams within your own division. A chance to beat the Angels, who are struggling right now, and that's exactly what they did. And Logan Evans, he's been a really godsend to this ball club with so many key starters injured in the early part of the year, like Logan Gilbert and George Kirby and Bryce Miller. And this kid pitched a heck of a game last night. He got a little trouble at the bottom of the first inning. Cal got him through it. He settled down, went 5 innings. The bullpen did a great job, and some big home runs. So the Mariners, a huge win last night. But the big story, as you said, was the acquisition of Josh Naylor coming over from the Diamondbacks, who really fills out a need. Jerry and Justin made a tremendous acquisition. This guy was an all-star last year with Cleveland. He had 31 home runs, 108 RBIs. This year was hitting 292, and I can go through the numbers of what the first baseman did this year for the Mariners, but he fills a gaping hole over there at first base, and this was a huge acquisition for the ball club.
Rick, I pay attention to our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports. They oftentimes have MLB analyst Jeff Passan on. He's a really interesting guy to talk about baseball. He is usually pretty hard on the Mariners, honestly, but he said earlier this week he thinks the M's, especially now with this acquisition of Josh Naylor, that they have what it takes to win the World Series. What do you think of that? I know you're an optimist, certainly with the team. I mean, that's a pretty high bar to set.
I totally agree with Jeff Passan. This is something the Mariners really needed. Just take a look at the numbers of what's been happening over there at first base, and these guys were trying. I mean, the first basemen were averaging 234 this year. Naylor's hitting this year 292. 16 home runs from our first baseman this year. Naylor has hit 11. He's going to hit a lot more in the second half here. 51 RBIs from our first baseman this year. Naylor has 59. You go on and on and on. The on base, 298 to 360 for Naylor. Slugging, 410. Naylor slugging, 447. So this is something the Mariners really, really needed to lengthen that lineup to go right in the middle. You got JP. You got Julio Rodriguez, you got Cal La Rosa Reyna, then you got Naylor. He just lengthens your lineup. You got Polanco as your DH. You got Rayleigh and Canzone in right field. Canzone has done a great job. The kids have done a great job. Ben Williamson at third, Cole Young over at second base. This is, if you're going shopping and you go to the store and you go, what do I need? Josh Naylor is what the Mariners need right now at this time of the season.
Rick, it's Sully. Before we get to your thoughts on Ichiro, just one more thing about Josh. He's a very strong personality, kind of a fiery person. For what does that do or potentially change the dynamic in the locker room with a team that's being led by, maybe more quieter guys who lead just by example?
It just fires everybody up. I mean, it's contagious. Jay Buhner was that guy in 1995. When things were going a little bit sideways, Jay Buhner was the guy that shook things up, and Lou didn't have to take care of it. Dan Wilson doesn't have to take care of it because you got guys in that clubhouse, that will. And Josh Naylor is that kind of guy. I know you already have guys in there that think I'm doing it. J.P. Crawford, I think, is a huge asset to this team on the field, in the clubhouse, and off the field as well. So, but what it does for the rest of the club, it says, hey, the front office is trying to get us to the World Series. They're really, really trying, and they're not done yet. I think Jerry and Justin also have their eyes set on, another guy that could come over from the Arizona Diamondbacks. But right now, the way this club is set up, I think they have a chance to win the World Series, no doubt about it.
Rick, we only have about a minute left. Ichiro is headed into the Hall of Fame this weekend. You got to see him play every day. Do you have a favorite Ichiro moment?
Oh, I tell you what, there's so many, but I think, he set all kinds of records. And my favorite moment was Sometimes when he just hit a routine ground ball and was safe at first base, and I go, this guy is something special. 8 games into the season, Terrence Long is on at first base who can run with the Oakland A's, and there's a base hit into right field, and Ichiro charges that ball, and he throws out Long at third base on a perfect throw. This guy did everything. And then one of my greatest moments I saw was when he broke the single season hit record in 2004 with his 258th base hit, breaking George Sisler's record that stood for 80 years. He was just something special. His discipline every day. He deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. He's going in the Hall of Fame on Sunday. Couldn't be happier for the guy.
So very excited. Just quickly, what are we looking for in Anaheim this weekend?
More of the same. Great pitching. Brian Wu is fired up. He's going tonight. George Kirby going the next day. Logan Gilbert going the next day. What we're going to see, Manda and David, is our starting rotation is back and healthy, and we're going to see Cal continue to hit hit home runs and reach more records. One more home run. He's going to hit his 40th home run of the year. It'll be one of 5 Mariners to do that in history in a single season. So
awesome.
More of the same.
Rick, our weekly chat really is one of my favorite things. I appreciate your time this morning.
Mine too.
All right.
Thanks, Amanda. Thanks, David.
Safe travels. Rick Riz, thank you very much. It's 7:23. We need to check the roads. It's been a busy drive so far, and Chris Sullivan is at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we're not getting Friday light out of Snohomish County. We've got hour drives from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue now, all because of the closure of the southbound express lanes there in Northgate. The backup on I-5 is not as bad as it could be, though the travel time is the same. We're looking at backups beginning just after 175th. And, of course, because it is so slow on 405.
It's a reminder that, yes, it doesn't get there very often, and only when it really has to.
It really has to, and we're probably going to see that on the Fridays through this month of hell. This is the first time in a while we've had a $15 on a Friday because it just doesn't get there because the volumes are usually lighter.
It does today.
But it does today, and it's one of those days to try to maybe help people get around. Looking at the rest of the drive, we are still working with about a 25-minute delay on southbound 405 from I-90 down through the VMAC at 44th. Right lane remains blocked there. About 32 minutes to get you from Bellevue to Renton. It's actually faster from Renton to Bellevue the other direction at only 30 minutes. Valley Freeway is quiet. Federal Way to Seattle is running at 42 minutes, so not bad. We have about a 20-minute delay on southbound I-5 getting from Highway 18 down across the county line. 2 right lanes remain blocked for a semi down the ditch. They're trying to fish out of there. And 410 remains blocked between Bonnie Lake and Sumner because of a crash that involved a motorcycle. A couple people thought it was a fatality. No, it's serious injuries, but not life-threatening, so at least that's fortunate there. This report brought to you by Fred Meyer Pharmacy, welcoming Express Scripts Medicare D, TRICARE Department of Defense Plan members. You can transfer your prescription, fredmeyer.com/payer-update.
Our forecast, a little different look to the weather today. We're going to see some drizzle at times, staying mostly cloudy all day and 70. We'll see partly sunny skies by tomorrow afternoon and 73, 77 with partly sunny skies on Sunday, into the 80s on Monday. Right now in Seattle, it's cloudy and it's 56. And coming up, a special song for soon-to-be Hall of Famer Ichiro, courtesy of our friend Dave Ross, here on Seattle's Morning News.
He's one of the greatest.
The pitch to Ichiro.
And Sunday,
There it is, number 200, a bullet.
Ichiro takes his rightful place in baseball's Hall of Fame.
Number 258, a major league record for Ichiro.
Congratulations, Ichiro, from a grateful city and KIRO Newsradio on 97.3 FM.
Ichiro, you are unbelievable.
Hey, it's John Curley for Closets by Design. Our closets were a mess, so I called Closets by Design. They came in and did an exceptional work. Now, they're locally owned, and they've been operating for more than 2 decades. I love these guys, a family-run business with national backing, and they source almost all their products right here in Washington. Have Closets by Design come out and customize your closet. Right now, 40% off plus an additional 15% off with 18 months financing and free installation. 1-800-BY-DESIGN or closetsbydesign.com.
Subaru of Puyallup is known for making your car buying experience stress-free no matter what. Olivia here from Subaru of Puyallup. We've provided stress-free sales and service through storms, supply hiccups, even a pandemic. You can count on a stress-free experience no matter what's around the corner. Right now, we have over 300 brand new Subaru vehicles on the lot with stress-free pricing plus excellent stress-free trade-in values. Come in and secure today's pricing on tomorrow's car at Subaru of Puyallup.
I'm
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
Head to T-Mobile Park August 5th through 10th as the Mariners celebrate Ichiro's induction into the National Baseball Hall of Fame. The festivities will be packed with must-have collectible giveaways, like an exclusive Funko Pop, 2004 jersey, and a replica of his Cooperstown plaque, plus his number retirement ceremony and more. It's going to be legendary.
And there it is! He's the new all-time hit king in Major League history, number 258.
Get your tickets at mariners.com/Ichiro.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Over 400 tariff-free new Kias are available now at Kia of Everett. With easy lease and financing options, experience simple, easy fun at Kia of Everett today.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 7:31. Charlie has the morning off. He's in Cooperstown for the Hall of Fame induction of Ichiro Suzuki. Well, a driver is under arrest after tearing through Seattle, driving more than 130 miles an hour before flying off I-90 and crashing. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is here with more details.
Yeah, it's like something out of the Dukes of Hazzard or something just flew through the air. We've been talking about the photos of this crash all morning as well. This was a BMW that was flying along I-90 early this morning. I tell you what kind, but like we said, it's just so damaged you can't tell. Troopers say that they saw this driver heading west across the I-90 floating bridge doing a little more than 130 miles per hour. I asked Trooper Rick Johnson, when you clock a car going that fast, what goes through your mind?
And I think a Porsche doing 135 on 405 way back a long time ago. It's typically, am I going to be able to catch up to it? And kind of weighing out the dangers of you trying to catch up to a vehicle like that.
So troopers say they did not chase this suspect, but his car, again, jumped a barrier, flew through the air, and landed on the ramp to Rainier Avenue.
This one, it kind of resolved itself by taking a ramp too fast, because a lot of times people aren't trained to drive by a vehicle like they're on a racetrack, obviously. Things happen a lot faster. Curves get a lot tighter. But we're just thankful that no one was seriously injured in this.
The driver is in custody right now on suspicion of eluding, reckless driving, and reckless endangerment. So that endangerment means there may have been another person inside the car at the time. You can check out the photos of the car on mynorthwest.com. Also, I'm going to put this. I put them up already on my social media on X at Luke KIRO. Just amazing that no one was killed in this accident.
Thankfully. Thank you. It's 7:32. A Seattle police officer is recovering after being hit by a car. SPD responded to a welfare check just after 1:30 yesterday near 15th Avenue West and West Newton Street. Callers reported an unresponsive man slumped in a car with the engine running. Here's SPD Detective Eric Munoz.
When the officers arrived to try to contact this individual, he took off. The vehicle was driving southbound and dragged an officer.
The officer's injury is minor. Police are still searching for the suspect. Well, we don't want you to be surprised this weekend when you hit the roads. So a complete wrap-up now on what's going to be closed. Here's KIRO 7 TV's Madeline Utley.
This weekend, not only are lanes still reduced on northbound I-5 through Seattle on the Ship Canal Bridge, you've also got closures in Kent. Southbound SR 167 will close between SR 516, Willis Street, and South 277th Street. Friday, 11:59 p.m. to Monday, 4 a.m. In Auburn, eastbound SR 18 closes between C Street Southwest and Auburn Way South. Friday, 9 p.m. to Monday, 5 a.m. And in Pierce County, northbound I-5 approaching DuPont will close at Stillicum DuPont Road overnight Friday night and again overnight Saturday night.
7:33. Let's find out what's happening on the roads. It's quite a lot, actually. And Sully is at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
Yeah, speaking of pictures, we're about to put some up at mynorthwest.com as well of what is happening on southbound I-5. We've been talking about a semi in the ditch. It's not in the ditch. It's 200 feet down the hill into the woods. Yeah, this is on southbound I-5, just south of Wild Waves, just south of Highway 18, where the two right lanes are blocked. I've been watching all morning with two giant tow trucks as they're trying to fish something out of there with their giant booms. And then we got pictures from the State Patrol. This truck apparently just went through the barrier and 200 feet into the woods and rolled it. Trying to get an update on the condition of the driver or what we know about that. But either way, that's adding about 20 minutes on your drive to get from Federal Way down into Tacoma. In Pierce County as well, we continue to work with the closure of 410 between Bonnie Lake and Sumner. That's for a long-term crash that knocked the Jersey barrier there into the opposite lanes of traffic. So this is a long-term investigation and work to do there. Puyallup to Renton, though, only running 35 minutes. Renton to Bellevue is running about a half an hour. We also have a half an hour drive from Bellevue to Renton. Right lane remains blocked at the VMAC at 44th. Federal Way to Seattle, about 40 minutes. And to our Month of Hell update, 405 is actually worse than I-5 right now. 405's an hour from Everett to Bellevue. I-5's 50 minutes. Still terrible, but better than you might expect. The brake lights really don't start until after 175th. KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Well, the weather is not helping the commute. Not used to this gray and drizzly condition. Today we're going to be around 70 and staying cloudy all day. Tomorrow, clouds in the morning, sunshine by afternoon, at least partly sunny for the parade, 73. And then on Sunday, partly sunny and warming up to 77. We'll be into the 80s for the first part of next week. Right now in Seattle, it is cloudy and 56.
Seattle's tradition for news and conversation. This is Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor.
It's now 7:36. 4 more Seattle police officers have been named in connection to the January 6th riot in Washington, D.C. Their names were released yesterday in public records. They are Sergeant Jacob Brisky, Sergeant Scotty Bach, Detective Michael Settle, and Officer Jason Marchioni. They joined 2 others, Alexander and Caitlin Everett, who were fired in 2021. Investigators say the Everetts trespassed at the Capitol and stood close to all the chaos as it unfolded. According to the Seattle Times, the department has not confirmed if the other 4 are still on the force. Fire forced people out of Quilceda Creek Casino yesterday. Marysville firefighters say it started in a second-floor server room just about 1:30 in the afternoon. The sprinkler system kept the fire from spreading. No injuries reported and no word yet on the cause. Well, it will be a very special weekend for Mariners legend Ichiro Suzuki. He will be inducted into the MLB Hall of Fame at Cooperstown, New York. In honor of one of Seattle's favorite athletes, let's revisit this piece of music from one of Seattle's favorite broadcasters, our friend Dave Ross.
There he is, number 51. Can he do it? Can he score a run? There's the wind-up. Here comes the ball. It's a change-up. Coming at a crawl, it's taking forever. Now here comes the bat, he's going to swing. The ball's getting closer, the bat comes around and the fans are excited. They're making a sound, you can hear them say, Ichiro, 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 Ichiro. Lines it to left, lines it to right. It's in the day, it's it at night. Ichiro carries a dangerous bat, and there's nothing a pitcher can do about that. It's up the middle, then hits it deep. It's in the clutch, it's in his sleep. Whether in English or in Japanese, we can all understand what an RBI means. And because of what he can do, we can all safely say, hey, hill! Ichiro, 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 Ichiro.
Our friend Dave Ross, so supremely talented. I love that. Oh, while we're talking about the Mariners made their first big trade move of the season yesterday, acquiring former All-Star first baseman Josh Naylor from the Diamondbacks. In return, the M's sent Arizona two pitching prospects, left-hander Brandon Garcia and right-hander Ashton Izzy. Mariners manager Dan Wilson spoke about the trade after yesterday's game.
It's exciting, and Josh had a huge series against us when we were there, so it's great to have that, and I think all of us are really excited to get to see him and get to know him and welcome him into the Mariner uniform.
And Naylor shores up first base for the M's, a position that's been in flux all season since the team traded away Ty France last season. Mariners take on the Angels throughout the weekend. They won yesterday's game 4-2. One more note on Ichiro. Of course, Major League Baseball is going to honor Ichiro Sunday. The Mariners will honor Ichiro with a jersey retirement ceremony for number 51 August 9th at T-Mobile Park. And my partner Charlie Harger is actually in Cooperstown for a kids baseball tournament, but it happens to be Ichiro weekend, so we'll hear from Charlie a little later. Well, it's winner take all in San Bernardino, California this afternoon as the softball All-Stars from Mill Creek take on Oregon for a spot in the Little League World Series. The team from Mill Creek is undefeated in the regional tournament and already beat the Oregon team, which is from Hermiston. You can watch the regional final on ESPN at 2:15 this afternoon. So there's baseball, softball, and now we need to talk about football. The Seattle Seahawks preseason home opener is August 7th. We want to send one of you and 3 friends to watch the Seahawks take on the Las Vegas Raiders in person. All you need to do is open the KIRO Newsradio app, click the Win tab, and enter the code word BLITZ. If you don't have the app, it's easy to get. Just text app to 888-973-5476. Listen daily to increase your chances to win, and the contest runs through Monday, July 28th. 7:40, Sully, what's coming up?
Too much to talk about, but I'll tease. Let's see here. Southbound I-5 through out of Federal Way and the closure of 410 in Sumner. A lot to talk about coming up next.
You never know what's in store each morning once you hit the road.
We've got a major traffic alert in effect right now.
While you're getting ready every morning, make us part of your routine.
What morning, huh?
Yeah. Got off to an early start.
Just tell your smart speaker to play KIRO News Radio or stream us on the app.
Both directions of I-5 are closed.
We'll help you get where you're going faster.
Maybe bail at 512.
KIRO News Radio. We're on your smart speaker, the app, and 97.3 FM.
Big time inventory, big time savings. The Kendall Ford of July sales event is on now at Kendall Ford of Marysville. Get in on thousands in savings on new adventure-ready Ford trucks and SUVs. Step up to a Super Duty and save over $7,600 off MSRP on a new 2024 Ford F-350 XL Super Cab 4x4. Or trade in and trade up to a new 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend 4x4. Save up to $4,200 off MSRP. After all discounts, you pay just $27,327. Don't miss out on the deals during the Kendall Ford of July sales event. On now at Kendall Ford of Marysville. Stop by today. Kendall. Let's start something great.
VIN number RKF 18183 and SRE 72783. Must have a 1995 or newer trade to qualify for all factory rebates. All factory rebates subject to change. Price does not include taxes, title, or license. A negotiable documentary service fee of up to $200 may be added to the sale price of the vehicle. Subject to prior sales, see the details. Offer expires 7/31/25.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed a musty smell in your home? I hope not, because damp smells mean that you could have a crawl space problem. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your crawl space and get to the root cause of the problem. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking in the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword Mike Rowe to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
It's 7:43. Lots to talk about with Sully. He's at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And for the folks who are bailing to 405 to avoid the southbound I-5 mess that we've been dealing with all week, don't do it. 405 is actually worse than I-5 right now. You're bumper to bumper from Linwood down through Bothell, and it's an hour and 10-minute trip from Everett to Bellevue. Everett to Seattle's 20 minutes faster at 50 minutes. The brake lights really don't begin in earnest until you're right before 145th. So much better than we've seen the last couple of days, but still a very difficult drive out of Snohomish County. Now to our accidents. We have several. We're going to start with southbound 405. This one right by the VMAC in the right lane there at 44th into Renton has created a backup that's about 20 minutes long, 35 minutes from Bellevue to Renton. Going the other direction, it's actually faster in the normal commuting route, only 30 minutes there. Another crash to tell you about, this one on southbound I-5. This is a doozy. A semi went off the road 200 feet down the ditch right after Wild Waves on southbound 5. They've got two right lanes blocked for the recovery. They're trying to pull this thing out of there any way they can, and we're backed up from Highway 18. 18 westbound is now jammed up all the way as well. So plan on about a 30-minute trip from Tacoma to Federal Way. We're also seeing a lot of slowing in the northbound direction coming up to this because there's a bunch to look at. So we're about 30 minutes from Tacoma to Federal Way as well. So big time delays down that 5 Hill in both directions, or I guess up if you're heading northbound. Federal Way to Seattle's nice at 45 minutes in the valley. Oh, and the other issues, 410 remains closed in Sumner and Bonnie Lake for this long-term crash investigation. Detours are in place. KIRO Newsradio real-time traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
And our forecast, much different look to the weather. We're going to stay cloudy for your Friday with drizzle at times and a high of 70. Tomorrow, partly sunny by afternoon and 73, but we're going to start off with pretty thick clouds. And then on Sunday, partly sunny by afternoon and 77. Right now in Seattle, it is cloudy and 56. 7:45, and time once again to check in with KIRO News Radio's Scott Carty.
You know what, I heard David speaking with Rick Riz, and you mentioned that you were born in 1996, right?
Right. I was, yeah.
Do you know 1996 was the year that Happy Gilmore came out?
Oh, my goodness.
29 years ago. That's right. 29 years ago, Happy Gilmore 2 hit the Netflix inbox at midnight.
Did you stay up until midnight?
No comment.
You did.
No, I thought about it, but I didn't do it.
Okay.
I didn't do it. It may be a pre-nap movie today. It's doing really well with the ratings, though. It's got a 72% with Rotten Tomatoes, and a lot of people are squawking good things about it, about Happy Gilmore 2. But the real story that I never realized, and I'm kind of ashamed to admit it, is where that character came from. Adam Sandler's dad used to take him to the driving range, and Adam Sandler didn't like going to the driving range. He'd get very antsy. Imagine that. So his dad said, well, why don't you bring a friend? So he did, and he brought his buddy, Kyle McDonough, who was a star hockey player growing up, who later became an NHL pro. That became the inspiration later in life when Adam Sandler started writing a little sketch and came up with Happy Gilmore.
And that is the rest of the story.
And now you know
I learned something new.
The rest of the story.
I can't wait to watch it. I think the timing is perfect. We just need some
that is your
silliness.
happy hour trivia for the day.
Thank you. It's 7:47.
AAA asked me if I would change my name from Sir Mix-a-Lot to Sir Mix-a-Lot. I said, why would I do that? They said, you're more than just a rapper. You're a car collector. You're a businessman. You're an inventor. Just like AAA is more than just towing. They have awesome travel advisors and insurance agents. And they got 3 A's in their name. Maybe I should change my name. Give me 3 A's. Mix A, mix A. When I say mix, give me 3 A's. Mix A.
Hi, it's John Curley. You know, I've been a patient of Longevity Medical Clinic since 2009, and Longevity Medical Clinic has been helping people live longer, healthier lives for more than 25 years. You know what's amazing, Doctor? The feelings that you have after just a couple of months. You sleep better. Your strength and vitality, it is evident that it works. It's really a mindset, though, Dr. Mixon, because a lot of people, well, this is what's supposed to happen.
Let us help you be stronger, faster, leaner, smarter, sexier, but most important, happier. I'm less impressed by how many years I might live, but how much I live during my years. You know, the option is here. Nobody's going to make you go to Longevity. But the opportunity is there, and all you have to do is take advantage of it. I don't know why anybody would not want to do what we do.
And that's where Longevity Medical Clinic comes in. So get your free health analysis. Go to longevitymedicalclinic.com. That's longevitymedicalclinic.com.
Cool cars, cool people, good times. The Good Guys 37th Griot's Garage Pacific Northwest Nationals, presented by Wicked Fabrications. July 25th through the 27th at the Washington State Fair Event Center. Over 2,500 classics. An earth-shaking Nitro Thunderfest. Tire smoke and burnout competition. And don't miss Good Guys Friday night vintage drags at Pacific Raceways in Kent. All this weekend at the Washington State Fair Event Center in Puyallup. Details at good-guys.com.
Here in the Pacific Northwest, windows can be one of the best investments you can make to add value to your home. At Dunn Lumber, we have designated Milgard window specialists who have been trained by Milgard to best serve your needs. If you need help finding the right windows for your home, come by one of our 4 Dunn Lumber window showrooms. Or reach out to me personally, Mike Dunn at DunnLumber.com.
Dunn Lumber, building success together.
Want to see the Seahawks take on the Raiders at the preseason home opener August 7th? KIRO Newsradio is giving away 4 tickets. Just listen to Seattle's morning news all week from 6 to 9 for the daily code word. Then open the KIRO Radio News app, tap the Win tab, and enter. You can enter once a day from July 23rd through 28th to boost your chances. Full details at mynorthwest.com/win. We'll see you at the game. Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime on mynorthwest.com.
It's 7:50 on your Friday morning. Joining us now from the G and Ursula show from 9 to noon here on KIRO Newsradio, and a host of the Reset podcast, G. Scott. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Friday. You've made it.
Yeah.
So we've been talking about this all morning. Sunday, Ichiro will be inducted into the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
You sent the following text message to producer David. G. Scott has a question for all of us that will require everyone to answer with 100% honesty.
All right.
All right, what's the question?
All right. Well, before I get to the question, let me start off by saying this. Ichiro, who will be the first Japanese player inducted into the National Baseball Hall of Fame this Sunday. Let's get to his career stats. Over 3,000 hits, making him one of only a few players to reach that milestone. A career batting average of .311. Rookie of the Year in 2001, which is his first year here as a Mariner. That was for both the American League and Rookie of the Year awards and MVP awards in his first season. All-Star appearances, 10-time All-Star, Gold Glove Award, 10 consecutive Gold Glove Awards. Batting titles. He won 2 batting titles. He has, in 2004, Ichiro set a single-season Major League Baseball record with 262 hits. Y'all ready for the question?
Yes.
Yes or no? Is Ichiro on Seattle sports Mount Rushmore? Remember, before you answer that, you only get 4. And my follow-up question is going to be, who are on your 4 Mount Rushmore top Seattle sports players of all time? So, first, is Ichiro on Mount Rushmore? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. Clearly.
Sully?
I'm counting my 4. I would say yes.
Oh, wait a minute.
I would say yes, but I haven't calculated my 4 yet. I need to think.
So let me give you all my 4. First of all, Ichiro, without a doubt, is on Seattle sports Mount Rushmore.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Here's my other 3. Ken Griffey Jr.
Right.
Sue Bird. Walter Jones.
Oh, my gosh.
Walter Jones is arguably the greatest left tackle to ever play the game. And the reason why I don't have Steve Largent on there, because when you say the best wide receivers to play the game, you don't have the conversation of Steve Largent up there with the Randy Moss and Terrell Owens and Jerry Rice. So therefore, I gave it to Walter Jones. Ken Griffey Jr., the kid, without a question.
Of course.
But the thing is the reason why I'm bringing up Ichiro, and I had to do it like this because 9 times out of 10, most people don't put Ichiro up there. And if you don't put Ichiro there, how can you not?
I'm with you. And I'm going with Big Walt, too, totally.
Okay.
Super, yeah. I think mine are the same as yours.
Oh, yes! Oh, what do you got, Sully?
Well, I was looking at like Lenny Wilkins.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's who he's got to be up there.
Because I was thinking of who do you
there.
take from the championship year, even though Peyton and Kemp, but they didn't win. So you look at, I've got that.
I'm
I wouldn't put
excluding
Sue Bird
coaches.
up there.
I'm excluding coaches.
Oh, well, he played.
He was a
he
player.
He played and coached. But he's probably more for his coaching, right?
Right.
So, yeah, I'd probably have Walter Jones in there as well. So I might have two. I might have 2 Mariners, Ichiro and then Lenny and Walter.
Almost out of time, David.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, it's hard. I would say.
On the spot, go.
Yeah, Lenny Wilkins obviously got to be 1, I think. Obviously, Ichiro, Ken Griffey. And, oh, gosh. I have a hard time not picking someone from the current or from the somewhat current Seahawks. And it's got to, for me, be Marshawn, as crazy as that sounds. What he did for that team to set the tone.
Y'all ready for this?
Yeah.
Sean Alexander did more for Seattle than... I'm just saying.
I was going to say Sean,
I mean, he
too.
did, but behind
if you
the
know,
line,
you know.
All right,
behind
friends,
Walter
we
Jones.
we have
We
have lots to talk about from the roads, and we need to get to traffic. So, Sully, you're at the Beacon Plumbing
Well, it's a
traffic
good
desk.
distraction. Right now, there's a huge distraction on I-5 because they are pulling this semi up from the deep woods on I-5 southbound, right there south of Wild Waves. 2 right lanes remain blocked, and there's a ton of backup. It's about a 20-minute delay on southbound I-5, plus another 15, probably coming up 18 from the valley, plus a 20-minute delay going northbound because there's so much to look at. 410 remains closed in Sumner. We've been talking about that all morning. Southbound 405, a 20-minute delay getting down into Renton from Bellevue because of a crash near the VMAC. And coming down from the north end, you can plan on at least 20-minute delays from Snohomish County. This report brought to you by ProSculpt, the one-day permanent fat loss skin tightening solution for men, women, offered by New Skin Med Spa in Bellevue. Book your free consultation, prosculpt.com.
We're going to stay mostly cloudy for today with some drizzle at times, a high of 70, partly sunny by tomorrow afternoon. It's 7:55. Consumer man Herb Weisbaum joins us coming up at 8:15 here on Seattle's Morning News. Don't forget the text line 888-973-5476.
Choke Points with Chris Sullivan.
What burning questions do you have? You can help drive the conversation by going to mynorthwest.com or text Choke Points to 888-973-5476.
Tuesdays and Thursdays on Seattle's Morning News.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
KIRO-FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
Hartley Wilcox here from Wilcox Family Farms. I've really enjoyed meeting so many of you at our recent egg demo events. I'm often asked, are omega-3 eggs really better for you? They sure are. Omega-3 eggs are an incredible source of natural omega-3s, providing on average 3 times that of other eggs. Eating omega-3 eggs promotes strong bones and joints and is proven to reduce cholesterol and blood pressure. Choose Wilcox Family Farms eggs today. Locally fresh since 1909.
12's Seahawks training camp, powered by Boeing, is underway at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Join us lakeside for a first look at your 2025 Seahawks as they put in work and gear up for a milestone 50th season. Only a few open practice remain, and they're filling up fast. Register now at Seahawks.com/training camp.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your priceless vinyl collection. Sure, you sleep on a futon because the money most people would have spent on a bed you spent on more records. But forget the fact that you can stream just about any song ever created for a few dollars a month. No, you need to listen to music in the most difficult way possible. So go ahead and get Progressive so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hello, sunshine. And while you're out and about in the summer sun, make sure your bank accounts can keep up with you. Free checking with WaFd Bank can do that, and much more. No more worrying about minimum balances or monthly maintenance fees. And WaFd has thousands of fee-free ATMs and more than 200 branches to serve you across 9 western states. Plus, WaFd Bank offers new tools like voice-activated banking so you can check your balance and make transfers between your WaFd accounts using just your voice. You can do your banking while you're planting those spring flowers. You also have access to free tools like online and mobile banking, bill pay, person-to-person payments with Zelle, mobile check deposit, and full control over your debit cards to turn them on or off should they get misplaced. And you can choose from some pretty great-looking debit cards, including the Seattle Kraken and the Seawolves. So visit wafdbank.com to open your account today and find out why they were awarded Best Bank by Newsweek 3 years in a row. Non-sufficient funds charge may apply. WaFd Bank, member FDIC.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on mynorthwest.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Carter Subaru wants to buy your car. Carter Subaru will buy your vehicle for top dollar, even if you're not in the market for a new one. And when you are ready to buy a new vehicle, your drive begins with savings at Carter Subaru. Carter Subaru in Shoreline and Ballard.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO-FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. President Trump praises Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, his former personal lawyer. He's the man questioning Jeffrey Epstein accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell. And in the course of that, the president, who's been reportedly mentioned in the Epstein files, suggests other names.
Focus on the fact that Larry Summers from Harvard, that Bill Clinton, who you know very well, and lots of other friends, really close friends of Jeffrey Summers, should be spoken about. Because, you know, Jeffrey Epstein.
Trump said he hasn't thought about a possible pardon for Maxwell. CBS's Scott McFarlane has more on the effort to get additional information.
Maxwell is pushing for leniency and has been for some time. She's said that there's more she could reveal about the case and didn't have an opportunity to during her criminal proceedings. The political issue is stubborn here. The president is taking heat, including from some of his most ardent supporters, about not being transparent enough on the issue of Jeffrey Epstein.
President Trump also expressed frustration this morning at the efforts to secure a Gaza deal.
They pulled out in terms of negotiating. It was too bad. Hamas didn't really want to make a deal. I think they want to die.
The U.S. brought its negotiating team home from talks in Qatar, saying the latest response from Hamas shows a lack of desire to reach a truce. The president is on his way right now to the UK.
President Trump's flying into Scotland to visit his 2 golf courses there. Although the president's spoken with warmth about his Scottish roots, his late Gaelic-speaking mother was born there, that affection is not widely returned. A recent opinion poll suggests 7 out of 10 Scots hold an unfavorable opinion of the president. Vicky Barker, CBS News, London.
There's word that Homeland Security has started flying migrants out of the Alligator Alcatraz detention facility, a place that's been a target for critics. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
So I'm pleased to report that those flights out of Alligator Alcatraz have begun. The cadence is increasing. We've already had a number of flights in the last few days.
More than 100 million people are under heat alerts today from the Midwest into the South and now the Northeast. CBS's Rob Marciano.
St. Louis, Paducah, down through Jackson, Mississippi, Little Rock, northern parts of Louisiana, and then all down the I-95 corridor, Baltimore, D.C., Philly, all the way to the western parts of the New York metro area. Extreme heat warnings today for dangerous levels of humidity and feels like temperatures up and over 110 degrees in some spots.
And checking Wall Street, right now in the early going, the Dow Jones Industrial Average up more than 100 points. The S&P 500 up 14. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
It's 8:03. What a morning it's been for a Friday on the roads. Chris Sullivan is at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Yeah, I think the die was cast when we started getting that drizzle overnight. We were not going to get Friday light. We've had a couple of really significant crashes. I'm going to start with the one impacting I-5 in the south area, south of Highway 18, getting down into Fife. 2 right lanes remain blocked. We had a semi go off the road through the barrier and about 200 feet down the embankment into the woods, right around Wild Waves. They have just pulled it up and out. That's kind of hanging there on the side of the road, so a lot to look at. 2-mile backup behind it, and we've got about a 30-minute trip from Federal Way to Tacoma. We've got about a 30-minute trip from Tacoma to Federal Way because there's a huge looky-loo slowdown, and we also have this is impacting westbound 18 just trying to get to I-5. The other one down in that same general area, 410 remains closed between Bonnie Lake and Sumner for a crash that may have involved a drunk driver. Southbound 405, we've got a crash near 44th at the VMAC there in Renton. 40 minutes from Bellevue to Renton right now, a 30-minute delay. Going the other direction, just 30 minutes Renton to Bellevue. And then we've got the month of hell work. It's under an hour from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue, which is good. 45 minutes from Linwood, manageable compared to what we've seen throughout the rest of the week. This traffic report brought to you by me, KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
It's 8:04. It's a Friday. Well, in addition to the big Revive I-5 project on the Ship Canal Bridge, there are dozens of other road projects taking place across the region right now, and we are all feeling it. We get more live from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Yeah, for a lot of us, like Sully mentioned, it's the month of hell. It's the accidents he mentioned. It's the bridge construction, all of it. And in a lot of Seattle neighborhoods, it's also the safety projects, the bike lane projects, the transit and paving projects. There's also a huge project in our front yard here on East Lake Avenue. They're replacing the sewer pipes, and they have been for a long time. Then they're going to repave, and then they're going to create a rapid transit line. Lee runs the company Compay Bistro, down the street. It is a company. She says the construction crews are super nice. It's not them, but the construction itself is hurting her business.
Business slow down because there's no parking. It's so polluted from the noise.
A lot of noise, and it kind of shakes the ground here as well. Kate Wilkinson, who manages the F45 gym down the street as well, tells me that she has lost some business.
Just people arriving late to classes. Their expected times that they're used to traveling to commute into the gym has extended pretty significantly.
So Alex Hudson with Commute Seattle tells me, there's a hotline that they set up for all this for folks to get information. Some people can vent. Others, though,
I have been pleasantly surprised the extent to which people really
start from a place of understanding.
So that's good news. People are understanding. I think that's because, the thing is the Ship Canal Bridge needs work. It just needs it. It hasn't been resurfaced since 1989, and you can't do that work during the winter.
It's necessary. We have a narrow window to do it, and the cost of not doing this maintenance is a catastrophic level of disruption that would take years for us to build back from.
So what do we do with all the traffic? Well, here's what I did. I asked AI to give me a list of traffic analogies to lighten the commute for folks listening right now. Are you guys ready? They're like dad
I'm listening.
jokes. Cars were jammed together like people in a porta potty line at a music festival.
Oh, my goodness.
For all you parents listening and here in the studio, it was like stop and go, like a teenager learning to stick shift, learn stick shift on a hill.
Yes,
Okay,
lots of
all right.
stalls. That was me as a teenager.
The freeway was backed up like a college student's laundry pile 3 weeks deep and starting to smell funny.
Or a teenager.
So he's not laughing yet. He's not laughing yet. All right, finally, I got a little edgier.
Because I have empathy for our drivers.
Oh, come on.
I just can't.
We do, but okay, little edgier, and this is the one that's going to land me in Frank's office, our boss, in just a moment. Ready? The road was more backed up, Sully, than your uncle after an all-cheese diet.
Oh, my goodness.
I knew one of these was going to go there. I knew one of these, and it's true. Yeah.
I'll be here all night, folks.
All right, thank
Have
you,
the
Luke.
veal.
Try the veal.
All right. Troopers say a driver hit 130 miles an hour on I-90 very early this morning and then crashed. State Patrol says they spotted him speeding westbound on the I-90 bridge. Didn't chase. They found him minutes later on the ramp to Rainier Avenue. His car had gone over a barrier and landed on the ramp. Somehow he walked away without serious injuries. He was arrested for eluding, reckless driving, and reckless endangerment. And the crash in Seattle's Inner Bay neighborhood we told you about this week has now claimed 2 lives. Police say a motorcyclist hit a woman Tuesday night as she crossed 15th Avenue West near West Newton Street. She had just hopped off of the bus. The 32-year-old rider was critically hurt and died at the scene. Medics rushed the woman to Harborview in serious condition. Seattle police have now confirmed she has died.
Seattle's morning news. Always live, always connected. Stream, watch, subscribe, and share at mynorthwest.com.
It's 8:08. Collective sigh, shall we? It's Friday, July 25th. It's been a busy, crazy week. Charlie Harker is in Cooperstown for Ichiro and a number of other things. Sam has a baseball tournament. We're going to hear from him just after 8:30. I'm Manda Factor. Sully is here checking the roads every 10 minutes on the 3s. We have producer David Burbank here. Scott Carty's in for Katrina. Nick Kresha is in the control room today. Coming up, consumer man Herb Weisbaum will join the show with some tips if you're in the market for an electric vehicle. And, of course, it's Friday. That means KIRO Newsradio's Paul Holden will stop by with your weekend planner. It's 8:09. A fire broke out yesterday at Quilceda Creek Casino in Tulalip. It started about 1:30 in the afternoon in a server room on the second floor. According to the Marysville Fire District, the sprinkler system kicked in right away and kept the flames from spreading. No one was hurt and no word on a cause. South County Fire has battled 7 brush fires this week, many along I-5. Here's KIRO 7 TV's Eric Thomas.
The latest happening yesterday at noon near Everett. Since it's so dry, they're asking folks to skip out on fire hazards. Don't toss your cigarettes, and no recreational fires either.
A man is in the hospital after a stabbing very early this morning in University Heights. Seattle police say it happened just after 12:30 on Roosevelt Way Northeast near the 5000 block. Officers found a 65-year-old man on the ground with stab wounds to his neck, shoulder, and legs. He was taken to Harborview in stable condition. Police say he was very intoxicated and couldn't explain what happened. No one has been arrested. Vice President J.D. Vance is calling out Microsoft over its use of immigrant labor. During a panel this week at the Winning the AI Race Summit in Washington, D.C., Vance claimed the company prioritized overseas hires through the H-1B visa program while laying off thousands of American workers.
You see some big tech companies where they'll lay off 9,000 workers and then they'll apply for a bunch of overseas visas. And I sort of wonder, that doesn't totally make sense.
In a memo to employees yesterday, Microsoft Chair and CEO Satya Nadella revealed the nearly 15,000 recent layoffs are, quote, weighing heavily on his mind. A surprise visitor near Golden Gardens Park this week. The State Department of Fish and Wildlife got a report about a bear sighting in Ballard. This happened just northeast of the park. The last confirmed bear in that area was back in 2009. This new sighting came from a Facebook post in a private group. My Ballard was the first to report it. So far, no confirmation, but it definitely has the neighbors there talking. For the first time ever, the Seafair Torchlight Parade will wind along the new Seattle waterfront Saturday. Seafair CEO Emily Cantrell spoke with KIRO 7 TV.
So for 75 years, dating back to 1950, the parade has happened on 4th Avenue, and essentially that has divided the city in half. And so for the first time, we're really excited to be down here on the waterfront, where not only is it picturesque, but we get to bring the community together along this beautiful parade route.
We've been talking a lot this morning about Ichiro making it into the Baseball Hall of Fame. Well, the Mariners made their first big trade move of the season yesterday, acquiring former All-Star first baseman Josh Naylor from the Arizona Diamondbacks. In return, the Mariners sent Arizona two pitching prospects, left-hander Brandon Garcia and right-hander Ashton Izzy. Mariners manager Dan Wilson spoke about the trade after yesterday's game.
It's exciting, and Josh had a huge series against us when we were there, so it's great to have that, and I think all of us are really excited to get to see him and get to know him and welcome him into the Mariner uniform.
No word yet whether Josh Naylor will join the team on their road trip in Anaheim this weekend. M's taking on the Angels throughout the weekend. They won yesterday 4-2. It's 8:12, and that's time for a check on the weather. It is sponsored by State Roofing and Exteriors. Here's KIRO 7's Nick Allard.
Cloudy this morning. In fact, really just cloudy the first half of the day, and mist, drizzle, just drippy out there this morning. Kind of pea soup conditions. We're starting off in the mid-50s. By lunchtime, a lot of that will end, but will still be cloudy. Then late day sun break. So only a mostly cloudy day today. Highs will be significantly cooler in the upper 60s and lower 70s, say about 70 to 72 from Seattle through Olympia, Tacoma. Now, tomorrow, I think you could see quite a bit of cloud cover again. Wouldn't be out of the question to have a little drizzle early. But if you're heading to Torchlight in mid to late afternoon, you'll see some clearing. And then eventually at least partly cloudy for the Torchlight with highs around the low 70s. So that means parade time right around the upper 60s and lower 70s, much like Everett's high temperature today at like 68. I do think you'll see morning clouds Sunday, but also plenty of sunshine for the afternoon. No problem there. And clearing out more easily and earlier in the morning. Highs in the upper 70s and then low 80s to start next week.
Right now it is cloudy, still a little drizzly and 56 in Seattle. And it's 8:13. Time to get back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Now what, Sully?
Just getting some updates from the State Patrol on the recovery of this semi that went through the barrier and about 200 feet down the embankment and through the woods.
Wild.
On its way to Grandma's house, southbound I-5, right around Wild Waves. The State Patrol just posted some drone footage that I'm going to get up at mynorthwest.com. You see just this swath of dirt just taken out by this semi. Driver, minor injury. So they got an update on that. And it was carrying soda. Oh. Not exactly what brand. It kind of looks red pinkish, but I don't think it was Coke. But either way.
We got audio of it.
Oh, nice.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you. But there's a lot to look at. This thing is now on the side of the road as they've pulled it up from the 200 feet down the embankment. Got about a 2-mile backup behind it, maybe 2.5 now, and we've got a 30-minute trip from Federal Way to Tacoma. And then we've got about a 30-minute trip from Tacoma to Federal Way because there's a ton to look at there. We also have a heavy slowing on westbound 18 because you're driving right into the backup. And you're driving onto the right side where the two right lanes are blocked. 410 remains closed in the Bonnie Lake area for that crash we had early this morning, right there between Bonnie Lake and Sumner. Southbound 405, we've reached 40 minutes from Bellevue to Renton, a 30-minute delay because of the long-term crash involving a semi right there at the VMAC at 44th. Coming down from the north end, we've got about an hour drive from Everett to Bellevue and 50 minutes from Everett to Seattle. The brake lights on I-5 don't really start to your south of 175th, so that's certainly positive. The lake bridges are fine. This report brought to you by Subaru of Puyallup, which has you covered with over 300 new Subarus on the lot. Come in now so you can secure today's pricing on tomorrow's car at Subaru of Puyallup, your stress-free dealership.
It's 8:15. Katrina is off today. KIRO News Radio Scott Carty is here.
We always talk about Friday light here with traffic.
Yeah, it's not the case today.
Not the case today, and it turns out, according to a Carfax study, that more crashes happen on Friday than any other day of the week. They say that's the case in 43 states, including ours.
That could be due to heavy traffic. It could be due to fatigue. A lot of people can relate to that. Of course, also distracted driving and also impaired driving when people are going out for dinner plans or even after that.
They say that Sunday drivers generate the least number of crashes.
I would have guessed Monday would be the worst.
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe. Well, if you look at it, it's possible that the truck driver we were talking about on I-5 fell asleep, and we do have a suspected DUI to cause the crash in Bonnie Lake. So that hits
People
two
get
out
a
of
little
those.
loose later in the week.
Yeah, getting a little slippy at the end of the week, huh?
All right, drive carefully,
Drive
everybody.
safely, please.
It's 8:16.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show, Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
8:16 on a Friday morning. If you've been thinking about buying an electric vehicle, new or used, you might want to get off the fence. The federal tax credit on EVs is coming to an end September 30th. Consumerman Herb Weisbaum is here with what you need to know. Herb is a contributing editor at checkbook.org. Herb, good morning.
Good morning, Manda.
This is something Congress did, right?
Yeah, when President Trump signed his big budget bill into effect on July the 4th, he eliminated the electric vehicle tax credit. Congress, of course, passed the bill. That was enacted under the Biden administration of up to $7,500 for buying or leasing a new vehicle, a new EV, and $4,000 for buying a used vehicle. Before Trump did kill the bill, it was scheduled to remain into effect all the way through 2032. The logic was that EVs right now, because this new technology, costs more than normal gas-powered vehicles, and this is a way to bridge the gap and help be good to the environment. But you can still get the credit if you act quickly. It doesn't expire until September the 30th.
So now is the time to buy.
Maybe if you know you want an electric vehicle, if you know this is for you, electric vehicles are a little different. You have to consider charging. Do you want to put a charger at home, et cetera? Yes, this may be a very good time to buy, but it's not like the EVs are going to go away and you can't buy an EV after this. But if if you're not ready, don't jump off the fence. That'd be the worst thing to do. But yeah, if you're ready, you've been looking at vehicles, this would be the time to buy. Dealers have inventory on the lots and they want to move them.
All right, Herb, you noted in your checkbook story this clean vehicle credit does not apply to every buyer or every electric vehicle. So break it down for us.
Sure. First of all, there's qualifications for the buyer, and there's also qualifications for the vehicle at certain models and certain buyers. First of all, the buyer, the $7,500 clean buyer credit is adjusted gross income, cannot exceed $300,000 for married couples filing jointly, $225,000 for heads of households, and $150,000 for all other filers. There are about 20 vehicles that currently qualify, including Teslas and the popular Ford F-150 Lightning. Not all trim models, but again, you can get those vehicles, and they have to meet strict requirements as well for the clean vehicle credit. MSRP of under $80,000 for pickups and SUVs, MSRP of less than $55,000 for all other vehicles, final assembly taking place in North America, and there are battery, mineral, and battery component qualifications as well. If the batteries qualifications don't completely meet it, but do half of the qualifications, one of the two, then you can qualify for a tax credit of $3,500 on that vehicle.
I'm sorry if you mentioned, but does this include used EVs?
It does. A credit of $4,000 for about 140 pre-owned vehicles are currently on the list. Again, there are qualifications. You have to purchase it from a dealer, no private sales. Sale of $25,000 or less, be at least 2 years old for the vehicle, and there are those income requirements as well, different ones for people who buy the used vehicle.
Herb, leasing is pretty popular. Any credits for that?
Yeah, that's actually a very smart way to go. But if you're first getting into this technology for the first time, you're not trapped in for a long, long time. You have a 2 or 3 year lease, first of all. So, and if there are upgrades down the road, you might want to change. But also many vehicles that don't qualify for the tax credit if you buy them qualify for the tax credit if you lease them, because the dealer gets the credit and the dealer passes it along to you. It's just the way the law is written. So again, if you can't get the tax credit on buying a vehicle, there's one you really like. If you lease that vehicle, you may qualify for the credit. And these days, they're giving you the money back on the spot. They're giving you the money. The dealer's worrying about the paperwork. So that could be a very smart way to go.
Dealers do have a lot of EVs on the lots right now. Are manufacturers doing anything to encourage people to buy?
They really are. They're doing a lot of incentive programs are going on right now today, rebates and other incentives. There are 0% financing programs that are taking place right now. And I checked with the folks at Cox Automotive, and they say average incentives reached an all-time high in June, 14.8% of the transaction price. That's about $8,500. That's more than the tax credit was. So again, and if it's a tax credit and this thing, you could really do very, very well if you get a vehicle with an incentive and a tax credit.
You mentioned the Trump administration and the Republican-controlled Congress don't want to use tax money to encourage people to buy electric vehicles. What's the long-term effect of that going to be?
I asked a lot of automotive experts about that, man, and everybody basically said, look, the manufacturers are smart enough to realize the trend. We're going electric. The world is going electric. Most other places are way ahead of us. They're international manufacturers now. They've got to stick with EV technology. They've invested billions of dollars in the plants and making battery technology. So there may be some slowdown to start, but eventually they're going to figure out a way to, bring the sticker price of the vehicle down and then get people into these things. If anything, what this will have done is slow down the sales of these things, which in many cases will slow down manufacturing, jobs, and battery plants that are going to be built in the United States. So counterproductive for what the goal of the administration is to bring more jobs back to the U.S. But the long term for the industry and for those of us who buy cars, EVs are here. They're here to stay. And I think in the long term, there are going to be a number of models. By the way, I do want to point one other thing out. If you go this route, check to see if there are any other is there any other free money you qualify for? Your utility may give you some money for installing a charger. So make sure you've covered all the bases. Even if you do get or don't get the federal tax credit, there may be some other money floating around that you can possibly get.
You are a wealth of knowledge as always. Where can you find more, Herb?
You can find more at checkbook.org. And by the way, may I point out your hair looks lovely today.
What do you want?
I'm saying that, listeners on the radio, because I'm now on TV with these guys.
I know. Hi, Herb. It's nice to see you.
It's such a pain to have to shower to go on the radio, Manda.
I know. Gosh, we ask a lot of you. We appreciate you, though, very much. Thanks. Have a great weekend, Herb. Consumerman Herb Weisbaum. Nice to see your face. If you didn't check it out, you can always watch on our YouTube channel. It's 8:22. One other note involving cars. The Trump administration is pushing for a redesign of portable gas cans.
Gas cans have been destroyed by government regulation.
Social media are filled with complaints about the newest gas cans. Federal regulations enacted in 2009 require cans to have special vents in the spouts to stop vapors from escaping. A study had found the nation's 80 million gas cans were contributing to ozone pollution. But a lot of users have complained the filters in newer cans make it harder to fill tanks and lead to more gas spills. Yesterday, the EPA sent a letter to gas can manufacturers asking them to improve their designs. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
It's 8:23. Let's get back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk once again. Here's Sully.
Well, there are enough closures out there. You might need a gas can in the back of your car to reload because of what we're dealing with. I'm going to start with the biggest impact, and this is the south and most unusual. Southbound I-5 from Highway 18 down past Wild Waves is bumper to bumper, and we've got about a 20-minute delay there. What we have is the two right lanes are blocked as they continue to recover this semi that went down the embankment early this morning. They've actually pulled up the trailer, and it's now laying crumpled on I-5, just sitting there in the two left lanes. So we're backed up before 18. It's going to take you about 30 minutes from Federal Way to Tacoma, and then it's going to take you 30 minutes from Tacoma to Federal Way because there's a ton to look at. 18 is just not moving up the hill from Highway 167 because you're driving right into the closure. If you're trying to get to I-5 southbound, I might just stick with 167 and work your way around because it's just not pretty. Northbound, both directions of 410 remain blocked between Bonnie Lake and Sumner. This is for a long-term crash that involved someone that took out the Jersey barrier, so they've got to finish the crash investigation. Then they've got to repair the road. That's going to be there for a long time. Valley Freeway looks great. Federal Way to Seattle's under 40 minutes. Southbound 405 struggling away from I-90 down past 44th in North Renton. Right lane remains blocked for a semi that conked out there. It's going to take you 40 minutes from Bellevue to Renton. Renton to Bellevue, the other direction, is only 25. And now to our drive of the week. I should call that our drive of the week. It's probably going to be this next week and the week after and the week after that. It's getting down from Snohomish County. I-5 is not bad at all. You don't hit the brakes really hard until you get down to about 175th. So pretty decent. Travel time of under an hour from Everett to Seattle, manageable, certainly by the last couple of days' standards. 405 has taken a little bit more volume today. It's running just under an hour. The brake lights there are from Canyon Park to Bothell, but after that, not bad. The lake bridges are okay. KIRO Newsradio real-time traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Whew, that's a lot to talk about.
Yeah, it is.
All right, forecast. We're going to stay cloudy and drizzly for today, a high of only 70. And then tomorrow, rebounding just in time for the parade tomorrow on the waterfront for the first time. Will be cloudy early on, partly sunny by afternoon, and 73. And then 77 with sunshine on Sunday, into the 80s for the first part of next week. Right now in Seattle, we have cloudy skies. It's 56. And coming up on Seattle's Morning News, our own Charlie Harger is lucky enough to be in Cooperstown, New York this week, where Ichiro Suzuki will be inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame on Sunday. We will hear from Charlie next.
This hour is brought to you by WaFed Bank.
he's one of the greatest.
The pitch to Ichiro.
And Sunday,
There it is, number 200, a bullet.
Ichiro takes his rightful place in baseball's Hall of Fame.
Number 258, a major league record for Ichiro.
Congratulations, Ichiro, from a grateful city and KIRO Newsradio on 97.3 FM.
Ichiro, you are unbelievable.
Hey golf fans, Jordan Babineau here. Get ready for an unforgettable weekend at the 2025 Boeing Classic. Come see Masters champions and Hall of Fame golfers battle it out at the club at Snoqualmie Ridge, August 8th through the 10th. Bring the whole family and check out Seahawks Village, packed with fun for all ages. Plus, celebrate 20 years of the Boeing Classic, supporting the Benaroya Research Institute at Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. It's more than just golf. It's an experience you won't want to miss. August 8th through the 10th. Tickets start at just $20 and kids get in free. Visit BlowingClassic.com for more.
Hey guys, it's Keith Dashafi from Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington, and we are not done celebrating 100 years of industry leadership. For a limited time, get $100 off every window, $100 off every door, or choose 60 months of 0% financing with no interest and equal payments. That's right, 100 years strong, and we're giving you more ways to save on the Pella difference. Schedule your free consultation today at PellaPNW.com. Thank you again for letting us serve you in the Northwest.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids.
KARS, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Seattle Children's is leading the fight against pediatric cancer with groundbreaking immunotherapy. But research is underfunded and kids need your help. Join Safeway and say yes at checkout to donate to Immunoheroes. Let's fight cancer for all kidkind.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue,
Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It is 8:31. It's been a wild morning on the roads. A driver is under arrest after going more than 130 miles an hour before flying off the interstate and crashing. Also, state troopers say a semi flew 200 feet down a ravine along I-5. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is live with more.
Yeah, first let's begin with the BMW going 130 miles per hour. It happened early this morning. You can check out the photos of this car, just a mess, on mynorthwest.com. State troopers say they saw him heading west across the I-90 floating bridge, again doing a little more than 130 miles per hour. They didn't chase him, but his car then jumped a barrier, flew through the air, and landed on the ramp to Rainier Avenue.
This one, I mean, it kind of resolved itself by taking a ramp too fast, because a lot of times people aren't trained to drive a vehicle like they're on a racetrack, obviously. I mean, things happen a lot faster. Curves get a lot tighter. But we're just thankful that no one was seriously injured in this one.
And that was Trooper Rick Johnson right there. The driver is in custody right now on suspicion of eluding, reckless driving, and reckless endangerment. Endangerment means there may have been another person inside that car. Only minor injuries, though. Now to that semi that flew down the interstate, down a ravine. WashDOT says this was a collision along I-5 southbound just after State Road 18 near Wild Waves. That semi went 200 feet down into the trees and the bushes. There were only minor injuries in this one, too. I'm looking it over at Sully right now because my little confirmation WashDOT was saying that 2 lanes were closed. Are they still closed?
Oh, yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
The semi's sitting in the 2 right lanes now. At least the trailer is now that they pulled it up.
So they pulled it up, but it's there. It's in the way.
Yeah, and the cab's still down in the woods.
Again, just minor injuries, unbelievable, but a busy morning, like you said, Manda, on the roads this morning.
It's 8:33. As long as we're talking about it, let's just stick with the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk. Sully, take it away.
And we've got a 20-minute delay in there in both directions of I-5. For southbound, where the 2 right lanes are blocked, it's going to take you about 30 minutes to go from Federal Way down to Tacoma. So that's, again, 20 minutes worth of a delay. We've got about a 10-minute delay going northbound. It's just a distraction slowdown because you don't normally see a crumpled up semi being dangled around with 2 giant Class C tow trucks in the middle of the freeway. But that's what you're seeing. The impact of this, you might not have expected, is westbound 18 is now just jammed up all the way coming up from the Auburn area right through the scene. I just took a look at the picture at 410 in Bonnie Lake. We've been working with the full closure of that this morning. It looks like they might be opening up some lanes westbound, so I'm working on that. So maybe a little bit of positivity getting between Bonnie Lake and Sumner. That's been closed all morning long. Looking at the drive southbound I-405, still dealing with about a 30-minute delay between Bellevue and Renton. That's because of a crash involving a semi. Really, it might be a stall. I don't see any other car there, but it's right at the VMAC at 44th. You're backed up all the way to I-90, and it's a 40-minute trip from Bellevue to Renton. Going the other direction, about a half an hour. Federal Way to Seattle, don't have to worry about anything till the north end. And coming down from Snohomish County, it's not as bad as it could be with the closure of the express toll lanes, with the express lanes. We have about an hour, 50-minute trip from Everett to Seattle, and about an hour from Everett to Bellevue. This report brought to you by D.R. Horton. The National Red Tag Sales event's been extended through July 27th. Visit D.R. Horton Community today or drhorton.com. America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
Oh, the weather's not helping the commute this morning. It's been a little bit drizzly all morning. We're headed for a high of 70, mostly cloudy all day. And then tomorrow, improving weather for the weekend. You'll wake up to clouds, but partly sunny by afternoon and 73. 77 on Sunday, into the low 80s for Monday and Tuesday. Right now in Seattle, cloudy, drizzly, and 56.
Reliable, refreshing, and ready every morning. Seattle's Morning News.
Well, you've probably noticed in the last few days, if you listen to Seattle's Morning News, Charlie Harger has not been here. The reason? He's in Cooperstown, New York for a youth baseball tournament. Producer David is with us now in Cooperstown this weekend. It just so happens Mariners legend Ichiro Suzuki will be inducted into the Hall of Fame. Hey, Charlie, what are you doing in Cooperstown?
Well, I am technically in Cooperstown for the big youth baseball tournament, and that is about to get underway. There are like 100 teams from around the country, all 12-year-olds and 13-year-olds who are playing here. So that's super exciting. The kid, Sam, he is here. He is having a blast. He's really excited to play in this tournament. But we also have Cooperstown, the Hall of Fame, which is just a couple miles down the road. And Manda, the town is filled with Mariners fans. So many people excited to see Ichiro finally make it into the Hall of Fame. That's coming up on Sunday. And a lot of stuff is going on around town. You're seeing all sorts of Hall of Famers. I just saw Wade Boggs signing autographs yesterday.
What?
He was charging for them. I would imagine Mariners players would not charge for
No,
those
he
autographs.
wasn't. Really?
He was sitting at a table on a sidewalk, basically, and people were walking up, and he was charging people to sign balls and posters and stuff like that.
That's a hoot.
So it is really, really baseball central out here. You've never been?
No. Was this just a coincidence that the Ichiro weekend was while you were there for a tournament?
It is purely a coincidence. There are like 12 weeks a year they do this tournament, and it just so happened this is Hall of Fame weekend. So not only do we have the crowds and crowds of families, there are like 100 teams here in town, but you add on top of that all the people coming out for the Hall of Fame activities, which is the big thing in Cooperstown.
Charlie, I'm curious about Sam's awareness, your son Sam's awareness of Ichiro. Sam obviously has been loving to play baseball. I'm sure he's a huge Mariners fan currently. I was born in 96, not to date myself. And so my entire kind of fandom of the Mariners was centered around Ichiro. Loved him as a kid. His number was my first jersey ever. So I'm kind of wondering, what does Sam know about Ichiro? Has he watched old highlights? What is his kind of thoughts about this? How jazzed is he to be there?
He is really excited. This is the first Mariners Hall of Famer he has any memory of, because Ichiro retired, what was that, like 5-6 years ago, something like that. And so Sam is old enough at age 12 to kind of have those fuzzy memories watching Ichiro in the twilight of his career, of course, but also, this legend. And over the years, you've got YouTube. Right. Sam being a big baseball fan, he has watched the highlights over the years. And we've gone to different Mariners events where Ichiro has been there. And so he's seen him up close. So super excited about that. And going into the Hall of Fame, I mean, you see all these boys in their baseball uniforms for this tournament. They're walking into the Hall of Fame and they see all the exhibits. And if you've never been inside, they have the monuments on the first floor of the museum. It's the last place you visit before you leave. And up there you see the Griffey, you see the Martinez, you see Randy Johnson. They say it says Mariners on the plaque, so we'll take it. And over on one of the plaques, it's just an empty spot that Ichiro has already signed his autograph on.
That's cool.
So that's where his plaque will be mounted. It's just truly remarkable. And not only are the adults enjoying it, but the kids are just going crazy.
Charlie, I hope you and Sam and the whole Harger fam have a delightful time. I can't believe you're there for Ichiro weekend. How lucky.
Let's go Mariners.
Major League Baseball will honor Ichiro on Sunday. The Mariners will honor Ichiro with a jersey retirement ceremony for number 51, August 9th at T-Mobile Park. 8:39. Well, I'd say what's happening on the roads, but what's not happening, Sully?
A good drive? Well, actually, it's pretty good. Most places, we've just got a couple of really nasty crashes. The biggest impact is in both directions of I-5 by Wild Waves down around the how about the Pierce King County line? I just created a new we're merging together, everybody. We're calling it Ping.
Conserve. It's a zipper merge.
Yeah, Ping County. I'll have four more for you here in a couple minutes.
KIRO Newsradio, the Northwest's trusted news source.
Get the latest from KIRO Newsradio's James Lynch.
It happened Wednesday morning just after 6 o'clock.
Experienced voices you trust.
Several people hurt after a violent Saturday in Pierce County.
Coverage you depend on.
More from KIRO Newsradio's Matt Markovich.
It's as close to a veto warning as you could possibly get.
KIRO Newsradio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
Welcome to this week's Puget Sound Express Whale Report. Naturalists from Puget Sound Express have seen the year-old humpback known as Uli a lot this summer. But last week, Uli and a colleague put on a fascinating display of pectoral slapping and breaching. Researchers generally hypothesize that slapping their large fins is a way of communicating. But in this encounter, the two whales appeared to be using this behavior to play with each other. This display went on for nearly 10 minutes before the two whales began breaching and leapfrogging each other. Family-run Puget Sound Express offers daily guaranteed whale-watching tours departing from Edmonds. These half-day tours are Seattle's most popular and well-reviewed whale tours. Big's orcas, humpback whales, and minke whales are currently being seen in the Salish Sea. Don't miss out on your chance to see whales in the wild. Family-run Puget Sound Express guarantees you'll see whales or your next trip is absolutely free. Book online at PugetSoundExpress.com.
Everyone needs their own spot in the sun. It doesn't have to be big. Sometimes just enough for a chair, a book, and a cup of coffee. You might have a decking issue to solve, or maybe you're looking for a trellis. Whatever your needs, our staff is ready to help you plan your next outdoor living project, free of charge. Stop by your local Dunn Lumber to get started on your next outdoor living project, or contact me personally, Mike Dunn, at DunnLumber.com.
Dunn Lumber, building success together.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
It's 8:43, and that's time to check the roads once again. We do that every 10 minutes on the threes, and Chris Sullivan is at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And again, I hereby call King and Pierce County one together. Ping County. I'm loopy. I think
it's been a long week for
Scott
you,
Hardy's
especially.
idea might have been right, that Friday we might be a little loopy, and that's why we get into car crashes.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've got most of my attention focused right around the Highway 18 to Fife corridor on both north and southbound I-5. That's where a semi went off the road in the southbound direction, went about 200 feet down into the woods. They've pulled up the trailer. The cab's still down there, but we have two right lanes southbound 5 blocked. This happened right south of Wild Waves, right around the county line. And we've got a backup that extends before 18, and it's about a 15-minute delay through the area. Also about a 15-minute delay going northbound out of 5, because there's just a ton to look at. It's interesting to see what they're trying to do to pull this thing out of there. And then you have westbound 18 backed up from Military Road all the way up the hill to I-5. So that's not going to be pleasant. Just got an update from the State Patrol and the DOT. They have reopened one lane on westbound 410 from Bonnie Lake to Sumner. The right lane is open now, but eastbound, both lanes remain blocked for that crash that we've been working all morning long. Still have the right lane blocked on southbound 405 as you work your way past the VMAC there at 44th and Renton. Semi-involved there. We're looking at a 40-minute trip from Bellevue down into Renton. The other direction, it's only 30 minutes. Federal Way to Seattle's under 45 minutes. The lake bridges are still good. And coming down from the north end, a little bit better, but certainly not Friday light coming out of Snohomish County. I-5, you don't hit the brake lights till you're closer to 145th now. Still 50 minutes. Everett to Seattle, but an hour from Everett to Bellevue. It's bumper to bumper down through Bothell. This traffic report is brought to you by Subaru of Puyallup, which has you covered with over 300 new Subarus on the lot. Come in now so you can secure yours today. Your pricing, that is, today on tomorrow's car. Subaru of Puyallup, your stress-free dealership.
Our forecast, we're going to stay cloudy for the day, drizzle at times, and a high of only 70. Improving, though, for tomorrow. We'll see partly sunny skies by the evening hours for the Torchlight Parade, 73 tomorrow. Partly sunny and 77 on Sunday, and a little bit warmer as we head into the new week with highs in the 80s. Right now it is cloudy and 56 in Seattle. We've almost made it to the weekend, and coming up on Seattle's Morning News, KIRO Newsradio's Paul Holden will stop by with your weekend planner next.
Need a new roof, a deck, siding, windows? Get up to $3,000 off any new installation. Hi, it's Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Home projects can add up fast, but we're here to help you save big. Book now and lock in up to $3,000 off in savings. That's $3,000 off any new installation. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate today. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
This week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to my friend Brock Heward. Brock, why did you call First Mark?
Brandy, it is so good to talk to you. It's been too long, and we made that call. And the only bummer is we waited too long. I know you hear from people that you talk to, as well as I do, to take the First Mark Insurance Challenge. I just wish we would have done it earlier. You know, Brandy, the word that comes to my mind is a word I use on my sports show a lot, and that is connective tissue. It's important in team building. It's important to players in a locker room to be connected to others. And when it comes to insurance, it's so complicated. It's stressful, and you just don't even want to deal with it. And that's where the connective tissue of having a pro, having a broker, having a partner, and most of all, having a teammate like First Mark Insurance was the best connective tissue we could find.
Brock did it. My family did it. You got to do it. It's free. Take the First Mark Challenge. See how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
Hey, Spike O'Neill here with Dr. Matthew Sharp, owner of Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens. Dr. Sharp, I keep getting questions from our listeners. When's the right time to have this procedure? My eyes are changing. Should I wait until they're done changing?
Well, I always tell patients, do it now. Don't wait, whatever age you are. And that's part of the mission of Sharp Vision, is that whatever age you are, whatever prescription you have, we try to find a procedure that works for you. When you're young, LASIK and PRK are great procedures. As we get older, the refractive lens exchange becomes more appealing because that can fix whatever glasses prescription, whether you're farsighted, nearsighted, or have astigmatism, and it fixes it permanently so you don't develop cataracts, and it allows you to see near without glasses.
Do what I did. Schedule a consultation to learn everything you need to know from the best Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens. 425-451-2020 or go online to sharp-vision.com. That's sharp with an E-vision.com.
Want to see the Seahawks take on the Raiders at the preseason home opener August 7th? KIRO Newsradio is giving away 4 tickets. Just listen to Seattle's Morning News all week from 6 to 9 for the daily code word. Then open the KIRO Radio News app, tap the Win tab, and enter. You can enter once a day from July 23rd through 28th to boost your chances. Full details at mynorthwest.com/win. We'll see you at the game. Seattle's Morning News. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime. Seattle's Morning News, wherever you are.
Oh, nice moves, gentlemen. Very nice. Check that, Sully. It's been a long week. We can tell. We're in the final moments here on the Friday edition of Seattle's Morning News. That means it's time for our weekend planner. KIRO News Radio's Paul Holden is with us. Early this morning when we were talking to Rick Riz, I said, this is my favorite conversation every week. And you know what? I'm going to make him co-favorites because this is another one of my favorites.
Hey, that's all right. If I'm in the same, level as Rick, I'll happily take that. But we got another busy weekend of fun, especially right here in the city. There's a lot going down this weekend. So let's get started.
It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what?
I want to start this off with a question for you, Manda.
Yes.
What is the best thing to eat on a Seattle summer day?
I don't know, but you can probably find it at the Bite. Is that where you're going?
Exactly right. That is the Bite of Seattle is back this weekend at the Seattle Center, and they're going to have over 300 food and retail vendors, and they're going to be taking over the Seattle Center all weekend long. In fact, I bet you if you're walking around there, you're probably already seeing lots of prep and maybe even some smells as well. I love the Bite. I know it's kind of been they've done a lot of some innovations. Some has worked, some haven't worked, but it seems like this year they've really got it all streamlined in, because it's just, hey, come on down, come see what we have to offer, and visit the stalls and your favorite vendors there. Of course, one of the as Seafair begins to really start ramping up here, we have the Torchlight Parade, and I'm sure you heard it's got a whole new route this year.
It's going to be beautiful.
Yes, right along the waterfront, as well as it being at nighttime as well. I think this is going to be really, really cool. I think this is going to be something that is really going to be fun for people to watch. And also, some great news along the waterfront as well. Pier 58, you've probably seen it. It's got the nautical themed playground going on. The big jellyfish. That is opening today. So that is now adding a whole bunch of extra space. And what's really cool, they say this is around 50,000 square feet of park space. And they're doing a celebration today from 4 to 8. I know we got a little bit of our cloudy day here, but that's not going to keep any Seattleite inside. So go check that out there. And they're encouraging everyone to come dressed in marine-themed attire. But so not only do they have the big the playground, they got this elevated lawn space. So this is going to be a nice spot to bring the family.
Maybe the drizzle will move out by then.
Yeah, exactly.
Party starts at 4, right?
Exactly, yeah, 4 o'clock there for that. And then also, we got more arts going down in Bellevue. The Bellevue Arts Festival is this weekend. They're going to be highlighting over 350 artists. And what stood out to me about this, about their description on their event website, they have all the classic forms that you're used to, the paintings, the printings, but they're also highlighting 3D mixed media. So I'm kind of curious what that might look like in terms of that. We also have Renton River Days going on in Renton. They got the Rubber Ducky Derby on Sunday. That's going to be a ton of fun. And I just wanted to point out just real quick here in my last minute, a bunch of free stuff that you can do this weekend.
Ooh, I like free.
Especially with the kids here. Maybe this first movie you don't bring the kids to. It's Rocky Horror Picture Show's being shown at Cal Anderson Park. Maybe you instead take them to Ratatouille at the Mural Amphitheater over there by the Bite. They're showing Ratatouille. Of course, they're at the Mural because it's Bite of Seattle weekend. So if you haven't seen that, both are free though. So if you're interested in that, if you want to do something a little bit more film intensive with your kids this weekend that isn't free, the Northwest Film Forum is hosting the Children's Film Festival Seattle. So you can buy a day pass or a weekend pass there. And you also have the free shore walk along the Olympic Sculpture Park going on from today, 10 to 1. So it's coming up here soon, but the low tide is going to happen around 11:52, and naturalists are going to be along the shore to tell you about all the cool stuff that happens right there on the shore. And then I just wanted to give a heads up, as this is another thing that might impact your drive a little bit here. Portions of Lake Washington Boulevard will be closed to motor vehicles starting at 10 o'clock on Saturday to 6 o'clock Sunday. Why? They close it for a bike. It's a giant bike route. So if you're looking for a bike route there, it's a nice big stretch there on Lake Washington Boulevard along the water if you're looking to get outside with the family for a little bike ride this weekend. But we got more details and more fun listed at mynorthwest.com. And Sully, correct me if I'm wrong, the weekend should be a little bit better in traffic. It's not...
No. I mean, we still have the 2 lanes on the Ship Canal Bridge.
But last weekend was the full closure.
Correct. So it should be, kind of what we've seen during the week, but maybe not as bad because people come and go at different times on the weekend rather than having to get to work.
All right.
So plan for your traffic.
Paul, have a great weekend. Thank you. Sully, what's happening right now? You're at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Well, we continue to work with hour drives from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue because of the closure of the southbound express lanes. We've been dealing with it all week. Southbound I-5, though, you don't really hit the brakes in any real significant way till you're right around 175th. But for 405, it's really right away from Linwood. And so we're running about 25 minutes slower than we should compared to a typical Fast Friday or Fresh Friday or Friday Light, which we are not getting. Keeping my eye down in the Fife to Federal Way area, we continue to work with 2 right lanes blocked on southbound I-5 right as you get south of Wild Waves as they try to recover that soda truck semi that went down into the bush. So we're looking at about a 20-minute delay from Federal Way to Tacoma. That drive at a half an hour. Also have about a half an hour going from Fife up the hill hill towards 18. 18 itself is really heavy all the way coming up from Auburn. Looking at the closure of 410 now in the Bonnie Lake area. Eastbound lanes remain blocked at this point. As you make your way up toward Winco, you're being diverted off. However, one lane westbound out of Bonnie Lake has reopened. The right lane has reopened there. Still have about a 15 to 20 minute delay on southbound I-405 as you work your way out of Bellevue down to Renton because of the right lane being blocked at the VMAC. The lake bridges, though, are okay.
Go have a weekend.
Reload for next week, everybody. KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
Cloudy and 70 with drizzle at times, but partly sunny by tomorrow afternoon. Before we go, we have some breaking news, and we need to get over to the news desk. Here's KIRO News Radio Scott Carty.
Amanda, we are getting reports of a Virgin Atlantic Airways flight from London Heathrow bound for SEA that has turned around. It appears to have turned around just off the northwest shores of Scotland. And we did see at about 1 hour, 27 minutes into the flight, 4 drastic changes of speed on FlightAware.com. You can see these spikes where it goes from 551 miles per hour to 36,000 feet down to 450 miles per hour. That happens 3 more times. We're reaching out to Virgin Atlantic right now, and we'll keep you posted.
Thank you. Gia and Ursula up next here on KIRO News Radio.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
America's favorite car show is back. It's the Good Guys 37th Griot's Garage Pacific Northwest Nationals presented by Wicked Fabrication. All this weekend at the Washington State Fair Event Center. Over 2,500 of the Northwest's finest hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks. Shop the Fender Big Wheel. A free family fun zone, great live music, Saturday night twilight cruising, and so much more. All this weekend at the Washington State Fair Event Center in Puyallup. Details at good-guys.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed.